Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome everyone to this Saturday evening, afternoon. I don't think it's Saturday morning for anybody who would be watching right now, unless you're watching this next Saturday morning instead. It's been a day. I was really hoping to start this live stream a lot earlier today. But, you know, I had a friend in need, needed some medication on the other side of town. Sure, it's a snowstorm. Sure. Then I have a massive flat tire, so no. So then I got it transferred to a local pharmacy where I could walk to it in a snowstorm. So I was really hoping to start this a lot earlier, but you know, gotta help out your friends when you can. But anyway, in the Sandbox so far, we have 56 Nick Rich, Obsessive Audio, Mozart, Boston Brian, hello, nice to see you, Jet, and that's all. Okay. Oh, Hermeteorologist just popped in too. Yeah, the title on YouTube. People are making comments about it in Sandbox. You can put curse words in it, but then it can affect the monetization. Certain ad revenues and things of that sort gets restricted. The same if I curse within the first 30 seconds. It's been longer than 30 seconds, so yeah, talking about his bullshit. Oh, but yeah, it's been a day, so... Oh, and lots more people are joining. Hello, Soul Life, Marty, and John Davis. So yesterday, I posted a video with a candidate for the Ontario NDP. Everyone go check it out. This was the first time I was contacted by a candidate's team to come onto my show. And I am open to having more candidates come on my show. I'd love to have like a conservative or a liberal come onto my show. But I did want to address some of the feedback I got from having this candidate on. So her name is Brooklyn Wallace, and she is running in the riding of Kitchener Centre. And a lot of people are upset because there's an incumbent there who's from the Green Party. And a lot of people are like, well, how dare she run when there's an incumbent in that riding? And there's absolutely nothing stopping that incumbent from coming onto my show as well. It's open to everyone. Having Brooklyn on wasn't an endorsement. I want to have lots of candidates on. Having her on was something that I feel is important to do. Like I had to put about 8 hours worth of work into that video, editing it and everything of that sort. I'm not getting paid for that. And it's not like my videos will sway a riding. Keeping it real. I'm not that popular yet. So it's not like, you know, Kitchener Centre will be voting one way or another because of the interview I had with Brooklyn. Maybe someday I'll have that sort of power, but not today. And so that's my answer to that part of it. Like there's absolutely nothing stopping anyone else. And the person, I can't remember her name off the top of my head other than its unusual name. Well, Mike Morris, who is a federal Green Party member, who's in a neighboring riding, he's been on my show a couple times, so they know I exist. And I think the next part was people thought maybe I probably should have been a bit harder on her because, you know, I'm not a fan of a lot of the political parties, and I have my issues with the NDP. But my experiences with the NDP were on a federal level, not on a provincial level. And those are two very different like they're different organizations, but they do have a lot of crossover. So like if they're having a conference, they'll have like it in the same space. So they'll have the provincial conference, then the federal conference. And there's a lot of crossover when it comes to the volunteer base and things of that sort, but they are still different organizations. And a lot of my questioning, I think people, a lot of people aren't happy with the Ontario NDP. I'm not happy with the Ontario NDP. However, the person, Brooklyn, she's never been an MPP before. So when all that stuff happened with Sarah Jama in Hamilton Centre, she wasn't a part of it. So I did even ask her about that. And people can watch my video to see what her response was. But to try to get her to justify the actions when she wasn't a part of it, she wasn't aware of it, is a bit much. So I stuck to the current, like, why isn't the party bringing her back in type thing. And like, if she had been a sitting MPP at the time Sarah Jama was kicked out, believe me, my questions would have been a lot different, depending especially if she said anything at the time about it or whatnot. But, like if I were to have Merritt Stiles on, the leader of the Ontario NDP, you could be damn sure I'd have a lot tougher questions for her and any other sitting MPP, because they have a lot more to account for. So that's kind of what I wanted to say on that. I don't know. It's been a long day. I think there were other things in my brain that maybe I did want to say about that, but that's that for that. And you can watch the video, and I really recommend you do. Sorry about the quality, though. I forgot. I should have recorded it in full screen, so when I do the zoom in shots, they're not so fuzzy. The joys of doing live streaming and stuff. But I did find it to be an interesting talk because Brooklyn, she's a very, interesting person. She's been involved with a whole bunch of different organizations. She's an advocate. She participates in the community a lot. So she is somebody that I would like to have on my show, regardless if she was running for a party or a seat or not. So that makes it a lot easier to talk to her. But yeah, time's a wasting for all these MPP candidates to get onto my show. And yeah, it's a lot of work on my part, but I do it even though I know it's not going to get a lot of views, even though I know I'm going to be putting a lot of work in it. I do it because I still feel it's important. For the people who do watch it, it's important. To see the individual candidates, to get people engaged, to get people more aware of what's going on, to hear from an actual candidate about the policies and things. And again, you can watch the video. She did answer some of those things when it comes to policies and whatnot, so you can judge her response for yourself. But I also recommend that you can go to the party websites and read up on their policies as well to get a good idea of where everyone stands. And we're going to be covering a lot about the provincial election today because Doug Ford, it's Doug Ford. It's wow. Anyway, checking the Sandbox. Let's see. I'm so distracted. It's been a day. Hello, MIDI doctors. And you're watching reruns of Picture Box. And people are saying, oh, John might be getting drunk later on for reasons. I don't know. But I do have a lot to cover today. So I was really hoping to start this stream earlier. Also, update on the TYT video I'm working on. It's not going to be done by the end of the month. I've started to render, put into separate video files, the little montages that I've been doing. And that is taking a lot more work than I anticipated, because as I'm reviewing them, I realize I have a lot of crossover with different clips, because a certain little snippet might be relevant for one montage and then for another montage, but I really want to keep it to one snippet once throughout the video. So I don't want to be repeating it unless absolutely necessary. So I've found some crossovers that I've had to, sort out, figure out, remove. And I've finally come to the conclusion, it's not going to be one video. It's going to be at least 2 videos, because the montages that I have together so far, it's a lot. It's a lot. I figured if I could have kept it to like 2.5 hours, then I would have kept it as one video. But I get a feeling it's going to be longer than that. So what's going to happen instead is I'll split it into most likely 2. Hopefully it's just 2. And what I will do then is, after it's premiered, I'll have a live stream talk back about it. So people could ask questions, we can get into conversations about what they just watched and whatnot. And so then that would happen for both segments, and I would try to get somebody else on with me to talk about what we had just watched. So that's where I am with that. But yeah, it's just with everything happening with the provincial election right now, I won't be able to get the TYT video done on time by the end of the month. So hopefully beginning of March, it'll be out. It'd be really nice if I could get it out on the 5th, because that's the anniversary of when I started working at TYT. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I don't like imposing deadlines on myself because I don't want to rush through it. I want it to be the best it can possibly be. But if you guys want, we could do the thing again where if I get $40 in super chats, I'll give you a sneak peek montage. I have to figure out which one though, because one of the montages, now that I have it in video format, like, oh, it's 8 minutes. So it wouldn't be that one. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. $40 in the Sandbox, and you'll get in there sneak peek. 56 Nick Gritch. Yes, we are getting pummeled by snow here. It's another snowstorm after just getting a whole bunch of snow earlier. And I had to walk to a pharmacy in it. So Life, Canada hates Trump but elects right-wing Trump clones. Oh, we're going to be getting into a lot of that because we're starting off with Trump. There's a good segue. This so-called joke of Donald Trump referring to Canada as the 51st state is really starting to grade on a lot of Canadians. It's really, really, really not funny. As Elizabeth May said, it was never funny. It's not funny now, and it was never funny. And I find it hard to believe that there are still people out there that are like, well, he doesn't mean it. He's just joking. No. This has been too persistent for too long, and it's getting really tiresome because, Canada isn't interested in becoming part of the United States. Not one bit. You can do whatever poll you like. Canadians are not interested in being Americans. Even Canadians that have a strong dislike for this country for lots of very valid reasons tend to dislike the American empire even more. Like, it's really only the furthest of right-wingers that have any interest in becoming the 51st state, at which point they should just go move to the United States. There's nothing keeping you here other than, really tough immigration laws. But it's just, I wanted to drop the whole 51st state thing, but it keeps on coming up over and over and over again in very different ways. So unfortunately, I can't. Because whenever people are like, oh, maybe he's done talking about it. No, no, no. Now it's the interview before the Super Bowl. What's he doing? He's talking about Canada as the 51st state. And nobody seemed to appreciate my joke when Trump was saying that now Gaza, and people were saying, well, he's going to make Gaza the 51st state. And I'm like, they'd be the 52nd state. It's Canada's going to be the 51st state. That's how it works. It's how it works. So frustrating. But I've been watching a lot of what's been happening in the United States these days, and wow. I'm worried. I have a profound sadness for everyone who's going to be hurt by this current administration. We're seeing the United States, the empire, crumble in real time. The things that people are getting away with in that government, the people that they're putting in place, the organizations they're shutting down. Wow. You are seeing one hell of a fall from grace. Not that they were very graceful to begin with. But everything the United States was and claimed to be is being erased right now. And it is a very uncertain time for people to be to be living through this. Because there's been other times of turmoil and stuff, sure, but, there were battles over making the United States into the United States, but now there's going to be a battle to make the United States into something that's not recognizable anymore. It's very disturbing, to say the least, but let's get into some of what Donald Trump has been saying again. Let's go there. And I'm guessing by now, if you guys weren't hearing or seeing me properly, there'd be a lot of people yelling to me in the Sandbox, and I'm not seeing that, so. So, this tweet from, I don't know who that person is really, but wanted to get here. But on Friday, Trudeau said Trump's desire to turn Canada into the 51st state is a real thing. Right-wing trolls exploded saying Trudeau was lying. Today, Trump was asked directly, and he said, yes, it's a real thing. When awful people show you how awful they are, believe them. And I stand by my position. Donald Trump will attempt to do everything he's claimed to do. Whether he can go through with it is all dependent on the people he puts around him. But since there hasn't been any pushback towards the people he's been putting around him, some of the worst people possible, I'm getting really anxious being the neighbor to the United States right now, because we have enough on our plate without having to worry about what the United States has planned for us. And it is this weird thing of unifying a lot of Canadians under this banner of Canadian nationalism. It's stronger now than it has been in a long time. Because, a lot of the right-wingers here that aren't the extremes of the right, they also have this nationalistic pride that Donald Trump is threatening. And so that kind of overrules their love for all this right-wing nonsense coming from Donald Trump, because they're fine with it up to a point. But as soon as he starts threatening their homes, suddenly it's like, oh, okay, this is different. Yeah, that numbing feeling they can feel on their face is the leopard chewing. They're chewing. And so Aaron Rupar had tweeted this out, so during the Super Bowl, and let's listen.
The Prime Minister said this weekend to a group of Canadian businessmen, he was at a private meeting, he said that your wish for Canada to be the 51st state is a, quote, real thing. Is it a real thing?
Yeah, it is. I think Canada would be much better off being a 51st state, because we lose $200 billion a year with Canada, and I'm not going to let that happen.
Somebody needs to sit down with some fucking crayons and spell it out to this man. What it means when the United States spends $200 billion on goods from Canada. It's not a deficit. They're not losing money. They're buying things to help their economy, to build products. It's not like they're just dumping this money towards us.
It's too much. Why are we paying $200 billion a year, essentially in subsidy to Canada? Now, if they're a 51st state, I don't mind doing it.
You said the tariff.
And this is one of the times when it's like, still on Elon Musk's Twitter, you can get community notes that go counter to the narrative of Donald Trump, which says America does not lose or subsidize Canada $200 billion. Canada-U.S. trade deficit was $63 billion, lower than the U.S. deficit with China. Europe, Mexico, and Vietnam. NATO allies commit troops and equipment on voluntary basis. The 2% GDP guideline for defense spending is not a mandate. And a little bit more from Donald Trump. Asen tweeted this out. That's a quote that will be in this video, so I don't need to read it out.
We're making our country larger. We're making our country stronger.
So much for all the people that voted for Trump because, you know, Trump was anti-war and anti-imperialistic motivations. He wants to take over the world at this point.
And in the case of Canada, if this should happen, I don't know how they can do it without us, because without the U.S., Canada really doesn't have a country. They do almost all of their business with us. And if we say we want our cars to be made in Detroit, with a stroke of a pen, I can do that. And other things in addition to that would not allow Canada to be a viable country. We're making our...
I love how specific he is. And other things, you know, just stuff. Canada does stuff that we don't like and some other things. And so I don't think they should be a viable country because reasons. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, if Donald Trump really wants to know what it's like if they can't trade with Canada, if suddenly like, oh, okay, we're not going to be trading partners anymore because apparently the United States is the only place we trade with. Let's start trading with the rest of the world instead solely. That would be a wake-up call. It would be. I have no idea how he's still in the position he is, how he's still claiming this with trade and everything when he has a lot of rich billionaire friends that rely on the economy staying strong. And everything Donald Trump is doing with this talk of the 51st state, with what he's doing to tariffs, is destroying the economy. It's destroying people's faith in the economy. The world is viewing the United States now as a pariah, that you can't trust them to do business negotiations or business deals, that at any moment they're going to stab you in the back. So, you know, why would you want to be anywhere near that? He is destroying the reputation of the United States, and he's destroying any possible future contracts and negotiations, because at this point, why would any country want to engage with the United States? There are other options out there. You know, the United States has 300 million people in it. There are over 8 billion people in the world. There are other markets. You know, it's a matter of building them up and expanding them. But there are other places that people can start going, and it will be absolutely detrimental to the people of the United States. And just David here mentioning, if I hear one more Canadian politician wave this off as not a serious threat or a mere distraction, I'm going to raise an army of my own. Please do, actually. It'd be nice. Because again, here's Donald Trump with the whole Governor Trudeau bullshit. They don't have military protection, blah, blah, blah. So.
Going with Canada, there was obviously a delay in implementing those tariffs?
I spoke to Governor Trudeau on numerous occasions, and we'll see what happens. But it just sets up so good for them. Look, the people would pay much less tax than they're paying right
Like, just the sheer disrespect he has. You know, I don't have any love for Justin Trudeau. Most people know that. But on a global stage, on a world stage, the sheer disrespect he has for other leaders of other countries. Because everyone was okay with it when he was calling, you know, Kim Jong-il names or other dictators' names and stuff. But now it's the allies. You don't do this to your friendly nations. He is destroying all of the friendly negotiations, the friendly relations that have taken decades to build. For what? You know, like, that's the thing that keeps on boggling my mind. For what? He's already won. You know, it's not like he needs to pander to his base. He's not going to gain what he thinks he's going to gain, and I would imagine there's enough smart people around him to know that. To be pissing off all your allies is not a good move. Not a good move.
now that have perfect military protection. They don't have any military protection because and you take a look at what's going on out there. You have Russian ships, you have China ships, you have Chinese ships, you have a lot of ships out there, and you know, people are in danger. This is a different world today. It's a different world. They need our protection, yes.
Here a ship, there a ship, everywhere a ship, ship. Like, he's such a child at times. Like, oh, there's a lot of ships out there, eh? On the water, on the big blue water there. There's like ships from China, and there's Chinese ships. And there's ships from Russia, and there's ships from like all over. You know what? Canada also has ships. We do. Canada has a military. It's not like we don't have one. But it's getting to the point that, you know, even Justin Trudeau, he's become a little bit thinned out on this whole thing, and he's getting a little bit snarky. We're getting a snarky Justin Trudeau now, you know, especially now that he's not going to be prime minister in the very near future. Well, I saw a couple clips floating around Twitter on what Justin Trudeau was saying. I went to the source so that we could actually see the whole thing. Well, we're not watching the whole video here, but just at the moment of like 14 minutes in is where I wanted to get to.
Our countries
Wants to annex Canada. How serious or urgent would you classify that threat?
Let's be very clear. Conversations around a 51st state are a non-starter. It's never going to happen. But we have to take seriously what the president is saying and fold that into our thinking as we continue to stand up for Canada.
Next question.
I want to be very, very clear. There will never be a 51st state. Canada will never be in a 51st state. It's never going to happen. At the same time, we have to take Mr. Trump's statements seriously so we can get through it.
Global. Following up on Ashley's point, when Mr. Trump started talking about Canada being a 51st state, your government's original response was to say that it was a joke. Now you're saying that this is a real thing. Can you take us into your mindset? What was the moment that made you switch from thinking it's a joke to a real thing?
I don't think there's a switch. I think, as I've said unequivocally from the beginning, there's not a snowball's chance in hell that Canada will ever be the 51st state.
You see, the thing is, though, he wasn't saying that from the beginning. At the beginning, he was going down to Mar-a-Lago to have nice, happy conversations with Donald Trump to kind of smooth things over. Well, Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, was like, fuck that noise. And Trudeau did eventually tweet out, there's not a snowball's chance in hell. But we could have used this earlier Because I think the reason why Donald Trump keeps on doing his whole governor bullshit and keeps on referring to Canada as the 51st state is because our leaders were showing weakness at the beginning. And Donald Trump just keeps on picking away at it and picking away at it. You don't hear this type of rhetoric towards Claudia Sheinbaum. Because right now Donald Trump is trying to label a lot of these drug cartels as terrorist organizations to give him reason to bomb them and stuff. But if you were to follow the same kind of mentality that he's having, he would be calling her a terrorist leader, that she's like the leader of a terrorist state and things of that sort, to really ramp up what he's saying. But he doesn't do that towards her. Canada could have made a much stronger stance earlier. Instead, we're going to keep on getting these back and forth, because Trump can sense the weakness. He can sense it like a bully can. He knows that he can push, and Canada is very likely to not push back that hard. That we still want to negotiate. We still want to come to reasonable terms. We still want to work with people who aren't interested in working with us, not in any sense of a fair and balanced system. We're not dealing with honest actors here. We're not dealing with rational people. We can't do negotiation as status quo. We have to change it up, because what Donald Trump is not a real politician. And we can't be treating him like he's a real politician, like from some other nation that has the nation's best interests in mind, because Trump does not have the nation's best interests in mind, not by a long shot. And so to keep on treating him like he's some sort of reasonable world leader that can actually think is detrimental to our trade relationships, our relationship with the United States. You have to treat him as what he is, and he is a bully. And you have to push back a lot harder if you want to gain his respect enough that he backs down a little bit.
At the same time, from having worked with President Trump for over 8 years now, I can tell you that we have to take seriously what he says and make sure we're responding appropriately. And quite frankly, the response of Canadians over these past weeks has been inspiring, as people have been there for each other, people have been changing their vacation plans, people have been looking at ways to buy Canadian, to support local businesses.
A lot of this is reliant on the Canadian people pushing back and doing what's right. We wouldn't have to if this was handled more aggressively to begin with. But for it to fall on like the individual Canadian to boycott the United States to make a point, yeah, it shouldn't be. Like, I'm glad that Canadians are stepping up towards that. But this guy should have done a lot more from the get-go, as opposed to having that really dorky picture with him at Mar-a-Lago.
Diversify their supply chains to places like Europe and Asia. This is a response of Canadians who are saying, yeah, this is going to be tough, but we're going to double down on Canadian pride and standing up for each other.
Trump, again.
And then we have Pierre Poilievre finally pushing back, because again, the Conservatives are in between a rock and a hard place here, because they want to lick Donald Trump's boots. But again, the whole Canadian nationalism thing, it's still very strong in this country, especially with right-wingers who want to see Canada as its own individual country, the national pride thing, all of that sort of stuff. And so Pierre Poilievre is finally, okay, I'll push back a little bit more. And this is Republicans Against Trump tweeting this out.
On President Trump's remarks yesterday, let me be clear, Canada will never be the 51st state. We are a proud, sovereign, and independent country. We are a patriotic people, and we will defend our future and our independence. Second, he has threatened to bring in tariffs on our steel and aluminum. We will retaliate in kind with matching tariffs on American aluminum and steel, all of the proceeds of which will be given back to our steel and aluminum industry, and any surplus will be given in tax relief for our people. On President Trump's remarks...
See, I'm laughing right now because in the background you can hear this dramatic music going on. And I realized that almost all of his videos, you will hear dramatic music going on. And that is because they need to put something in there to make him sound a little bit more interesting. He is so undramatic. He can't talk to a camera, that they have to put this music in the background to impose some sort of emotion into this, because he is just so bad at speaking. Also, what is with the black and white or gray and white Canada flag on his toque? That's some not great symbolism right there. If it was a lighting thing, they should have fixed it or not have it on. Like having this image, a gray and white Canadian flag, not a good look. But again, this dramatic music in the background.
We'll retaliate in kind with matching tariffs on American aluminum and steel.
It's to try to make him sound way more inspiring than he actually is. They're relying on background music for that. And even then, you see, you don't see this with Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau knows how to deliver a speech. Doug Ford definitely knows how to deliver a speech, and we're going to get more into him later on. They know how to work the crowd. This guy, though, oh my God. And it's really going to become apparent when it comes to things like the leaders' debates, when we get into the federal election and stuff, because he can't exactly bring an orchestra pit with him to the debate. And so we're just going to hear him monotone without this background music, and it's going to be so painful to hear. But Leah Gazan, she is an NDP MP here in Canada, and she's quote tweeting Pierre Poilievre saying, well, Pierre Poilievre says, President Trump is wrong. We will never be the 51st state. Canada is and always will be proud, sovereign, independent nation. These latest American threats of tariffs on our steel and aluminum industry deserves a response from this government. The Canadian people are strong. Our workers deserve a champion that will fight for them instead of rolling over and surrendering our country's true strengths like the Carney Trudeau Liberals have done for years. He's so mad that he can't go up against Trudeau for this next federal election. He is just, it is wrecking him that he has to like insert Trudeau whenever he can. The Carney Trudeau. And so Leah Gazan was replying to that saying, this from a guy who I had to listen to in the House for the last 2 years talking about how Canada is broken and now changing his tune. This from a guy who is endorsed by Elon Musk. PP, no one believes you. And what is he talking about with these tariffs again? Because wasn't the tariff thing solved? No, not really. It was delayed by 30 days, but that was one kind of tariffs. There's this other type of tariffs. And kind of like a reminder, I'm still not entirely sure a lot of these tariffs will go through because Donald Trump does have all of his rich buddies around him. They're like, this is going to hurt our businesses, our bottom line. And so they'll be whispering in his ears, but Donald Trump loves the attention this is giving him. He loves being like the instigator of all this hoopla, of all this drama. He is a former game show host. This is what he likes to do to keep everyone on the edge of their seat. Ooh, what's next? What's behind door number 3? All of that sort of stuff. And so he will do this over and over again. causing all this anxiety, all this stress and strain because he just loves the spotlight so much. But at the same time, because he is so unhinged, we have to take all of this seriously. So do I think it will happen? Not in any long-term sense. It might be put on for a week and then he gets a little concession. He's like, I win, no more tariffs. But like long-term tariffs, I don't see happening. Then again, I could be wrong. Like, that's the thing. That's my read of the situation, but I'm not exactly a tariff pro expert here. So, and like I said, Donald Trump is so unhinged. You can't know for sure. So it's always prepare for the worst and hope for the mediocre. It's kind of like I say, I don't think a zombie apocalypse will ever happen, but I'd like to be prepared just in case. So this is from CBC News. Tariffs atop tariffs. White House says levies on Canada would be cumulative. If the U.S. were to proceed with all the tariffs it's threatening next month, there's no way they'd all be compounded atop each other into one astronomical total, right? Wrong, says the Trump administration. The White House said Tuesday that should all its trade actions take effect in March, it would indeed pile tariff atop of tariff to reach the larger number of 50% on some items. This is not going to help any economy, not in any stretch of the imagination. To do this to your own country too, because my God, will this hurt Americans. At the moment, the U.S. is threatening two actions, a worldwide tariff of 25%. Now it's going worldwide. On steel and aluminum starting March 12th, and it has also paused until March 4th the threat of an economy-wide 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico while it works on border security details with both countries. CBC News sought to clarify from the White House how these actions would work together. A White House official replied, if the prior tariffs that were paused are reinstated, they would stack on each other, so 25% plus 25%. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump is threatening even more tariffs for a variety of reasons, including on automobiles. These threats, taken together, hint at a penalty so eye-watering that it will inevitably fuel speculation about just how much of this is real and how much is intended as negotiating leverage for Trump. The U.S. is deeply reliant on Canadian aluminum in particular, and critics of the tariffs argue they will merely punish U.S. companies importing a product they will need for the foreseeable future. But a Trump White House aide Tuesday insisted the U.S. has real grievances it's looking to address in the metal industry and believes tariffs can help. Peter Navarro said U.S. aluminum mills are operating at roughly half capacity while Canada's are busy humming at near total capacity. This action is designed to rebalance that. So my understanding with some tariffs is that because you want to help like your own local economy, so imports coming in get tariffs, so they're more expensive, so you're less likely to buy them, so that you can grow your own economy. The problem is that you have to have the infrastructure there. You have to have the trained people, the factories, the resources, all the infrastructure there to take up the bulk of it before you impose the tariffs. And I seriously doubt the United States is in the position, because they're saying roughly half capacity. But why are the reasons? Is it because they're lacking a market, or are they lacking the personnel? The trained personnel needed to do this. The company is willing to invest more into it. So he said previous exemptions from tariffs, including those given to Canada and Mexico in 2019, had not worked out, and now Trump is imposing one worldwide levy. The U.S. steel industries on its knees, aluminum flat on its back, Navarro told Fox News. The president says no more country exemptions, no more product exclusions. Yeah, no more playing nice with your friends. It's not just Chinese and Russian overproduction hurting U.S. mills, according to Navarro. It's all of our friends and allies we gave special treatment to. Yeah, you tend to do that to friends and allies, to keep them as friends and allies. And instead of abiding by the rules of that, they abused them. He mentioned Brazil, Japan, Australia specifically. When Fox News interviewer brought up Canada, Navarro began complaining about Canadian government investments to upgrade an old accelerator Mittal DeFasco steel factory in Hamilton, saying it gave the Canadian producer an advantage. Why are you flooding our markets, Navarro said. We need a strong defense industry, not just to protect the United States, but allies like Canada. This is just... So recently, something that's had to happen is the premiers of the provinces have gone down to the United States to talk about this. And so Doug Ford had tweeted this out because this is a threat to the economy, unlike one we've seen before from the United States. So Canada's premiers are at the White House to make the case there's no better partner to create jobs, grow our economies, and keep our communities safer than America's ally to the north. And so here you can see all the premiers and a nice little photo op, and the serfs tweeting out, this is so embarrassing. No one wants to watch you tap dance for Trump. They want to see you give him the middle finger and sell the steel and aluminum to whoever pisses him off the most. So many Canadians, especially the ones with the newfound nationalistic pride, they want to see fire. They want to see pushback. They want to see what was suggested by people before, like, let's put 100% tariff on all Tesla vehicles. Let's do some micro-targeting, and let's not wait until Donald Trump acts. Let's start doing it now. Let's start lighting that fire now and making it clear we're not going to put up with this bullshit from Trump. Let's, there are so many things that we can do to make a very strong and powerful statement instead of just, let's all go and have a meeting together, a little conference of sorts, and rub elbows with each other. Just realized there's only one person with interesting fashion choice. I like it. Oh, but this was also problematic for reasons, this little meeting, that we'll get to in just a moment. But first, Judy Trin tweeted this out, and I believe she is a national political investigative correspondent for CTV News, previously with CBC News, former refugee. And she tweeted out, this is being billed as Premier Doug Ford's presentation to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I've done 9 interviews and have found one American businessman to speak to. The majority of people in this room are Canadian business people worried about Trump tariffs. The theme of Premier Doug Ford's presentation is that the Ontario Canada can help the U.S. take on China, which Ford says is ripping off American workers. And so, Doug Ford's solution to this is to throw another nation under the bus completely. Be like, no, you shouldn't be picking on us when there's China. We can pick on China together. We can team up and be buddy-buddy. It'd be like those wrestling match things in the Thunderdome, and we can be on the same team and really knock China down with what they're doing. And then Doug Ford will name call China and everything, and accuse them of ripping off American workers. Like we're not ripping off Chinese workers with how the factories are set up there to, satiate the materialistic needs of Americans and Canadians. It's not like we're ripping them off at all. And it's in here, so from Doug Ford's little message, let's see. I have promoted Ontario's close economic partnership with the United States. Our balanced two-way trade benefits both sides equally. I have listened and heard significant concerns about how China is ripping off Americans, something by hijacking global supply chains to unfairly advantage something, companies at the expense of U.S. industry and American something. A lot of what China's supply chain and stuff looks like is because of things like NAFTA. You know, it's we kind of indirectly fueled how China has progressed in their economy. Like a lot of it is China on their own, but you know, it is the materialistic need of North America that has helped fuel a lot of that growth. We've given them the market. And so Mike Crawley, who is also a reporter, says, same for us. We've had to ask Ford staff to find some American business people in the audience that we can talk to. So Doug Ford traveled all the way to the United States to talk about these concerning tariffs and to say we need to team up against China to a room full of Canadians. He could have done that here. And Colin DeMello from Global News says Doug Ford, vying for re-election, confesses to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce that he doesn't see eye to eye with politicians and governments drive me crazy. Doug Ford is a politician. He's part of the government. So he doesn't see eye to eye with his colleagues. He doesn't, you know, all of his colleagues drive him crazy. Like, look in the mirror, Ford. You are the politician. You are the person driving everyone crazy. Like, to try to exclude yourself from the group that you manipulated the population into voting you into. It's like, it's you. You are the thing you are claiming to not like. But there are some other things around this that, again, doesn't exactly paint Doug Ford in the best of lights. So here, mainstream media, who did you speak to at the White House today? Doug Ford. I'd rather not discuss it. I'm not at liberty to say. And then turn around and go to like the next parent or something. It's like you ask one parent and the parent is like, I can't tell you that, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then you go to the other parent and it's like, can you tell me? Yeah, sure. Here's everything. So let's take a listen.
We had a very constructive conversation. We appreciate the Trump administration facilitating this literally in the last minute. And we're grateful. We listened, we communicated, and we look forward to further conversations.
Who did you speak with exactly?
I'd rather not disclose that. High-ranking Trump administration.
Is it James Blair, sir? That has been reported already. It'd be great to get a name out there so we can confirm it for the
Well, I'm not at liberty to say, to be frank with you, but
I'd rather not disclose it. I'm not at liberty to say. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
it's a very high-ranking administration.
We had good conversation
And here's David Eby, the Premier of BC.
with the Deputy Chief of Staff, and he's also the head of policy. And as well as Sergio is doing the hiring for a lot of the White House staff, senior White House advisors.
We had a very
So he just goes out and says exactly what Doug Ford wouldn't say. Because this is the same meeting. Like, they're talking about the same meeting here. It's like, why was Doug Ford afraid to mention who it was in the first place? Now, here's where we get into some of the issues at hand, because, yeah, there's an election going on here in Ontario right now. And again, from Colin DeMello, Ontario Liberal leader Bonnie Crombie accused Doug Ford of breaking the caretaker convention by flying down to Washington during the election campaign. I think he plays fast and loose with the rules, Crombie said. Crombie says there isn't another premier in Washington who's in the middle of an election campaign. And so, yeah, there are certain conventions and things that people are supposed to abide by during a election season. And leaving the country, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to during an election cycle. Like, one would think you should be here campaigning. But, you know, I'd like him to spend a lot more time out of the country during this campaign, personally. But there's more to it. So interesting here. So Ontario's Integrity Commissioner said it was okay for Doug Ford to travel to Washington during the campaign period because anti-tariff fight counts as urgent government business, provided that the activities are not then used for partisan purposes, and this post is unavailable. What is this post? So despite here, Bonnie Crumby saying this goes against breaking the caretaker convention, it was basically ruled like, it's urgent business, so it's okay that Doug Ford did this. But there are still rules you need to abide by because you are in the middle of an election campaign, and now this post is unavailable. Now, why is that? Interesting, Ford Nation's account deleted the tweet of the video of his trip to Washington. Yes, he included footage of himself in Washington for a campaign video. And so Mike Crawley here has posted a new version here. The only difference I can see is the new version removes the image of the Ontario PC Party logo and campaign slogan from the end of the video. And so here's the video here.
USA and made in Canada. Let's be unapologetic as we stand up for American and Canadian workers. Today, let's usher in the new American and Canadian century, a new golden age. Let's build Fortress Amcan. Thank you, and may God bless the people of America, and may God bless the people of Canada. Thank you so much.
Don't bless me in the name of a god. So here we have, that looks familiar, like an American backdrop. And so he had to remove certain things because he had made this into a campaign video. And that you're not allowed to do during an election, to use taxpayer money to do that sort of thing. And so this also from Colin DeMello saying, new, the Ontario NDP has now asked the Integrity Commissioner to look into Doug Ford's trip to Washington and PC campaign ad that use video from the trip as partisan purposes. The trip was supported by taxpayer funds. The PC party was advised by the Integrity Commissioner against using materials from that trip for campaign purposes. And this is the letter from the NDP about that. Also here, Ontario election, Ford under fire from opponents over PC ad filmed on Washington trip. So again, asking the Integrity Commissioner, the complaint was lodged after a new video was posted on social media Thursday morning showing Ford and two progressive conservative candidates walking around Washington, D.C. The video also included footage from an event at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and meeting with elected officials, which were paid for and organized by the government. The video uploaded to Ford's social media page ended with the PC's party campaign slogan, Protect Ontario. The footage was deleted several hours after it was first posted online and Thursday and re-uploaded to Ford's social media account without the campaign slogan. Ontario NDP leader Merritt Stiles said Ford was using his taxpayer-funded photo op for partisan purposes and said she would write to both the Integrity Commissioner and Elections Ontario to complain. Yes, I want to speak to the manager. That is actually quite the vibe that she does give off. I'm going to speak to the manager. Doug Ford keeps finding new and expensive ways to erode our democracy, Stiles wrote in social media posts. He's using his position to further his own political goals. First, he's not looking out for Ontario jobs. Doug Ford isn't on your side. The PC campaign defended the video in a statement. Footage of the Premier being the Premier is routinely used in political social content. However, out of an abundance of caution, don't sue us, the video was reposted without the campaign branding, a spokesperson said. They knew. Ford spent Tuesday and Wednesday in Washington looking to convince Donald Trump administration to back away from the tariffs on a trip that blurred lines between campaigning leader and incumbent premier. The PC leader held a meeting with several Republican congresspeople and senators and also attended a taxpayer-funded fireside chat and networking reception. The decision to travel during an election has sparked controversy, with the Ontario Liberals, NDP, and Greens all suggesting Ford may be using taxpayer money resources to campaign. We do have a lot more strict guidelines in Canada than the United States does have when it comes to elections and how you're allowed to get money, how you're allowed to make ads, how you're allowed to campaign. And it's actually a thing here. It's a thing. And he is really walking a very thin line here with what he's doing. And he knows he shouldn't be doing it. But when has he been held accountable for anything? The Progressive Conservative campaign funded Ford's flights and hotel, but didn't pay for the events while he was there. A PC spokesperson said that the Integrity Commissioner said the trip could go ahead given the threat of tariffs, provided that the activities are not then used for partisan purposes, like in a campaign video. The PC campaign said the trip was in line with previous precedent and that Canada's other premiers had supported Ford's decision to chair their group and led them to Washington. The Integrity Commissioner had no concerns about the Premier's trip to Washington, D.C. in his role as both Premier and Chair of the COF, they said. This occurred at a time when Canada is facing significant financial challenges that require full engagement from each province and leader, similar to the tariff threat we're facing from the United States. I'll put this in the Sandbox so that people can read the rest of it at your leisure. And I do this knowing full well I doubt any of you are clicking on these links. I know how this works. I'm doing my due diligence by presenting you with all the information, but I know. You guys ain't clicking on those links. You see, when I watch a video and there's articles and stuff in it, I often do click on those links for research purposes for my own videos, but if I didn't need, I probably wouldn't read the articles either. So here is an article from The Conversation saying why annexing Canada would destroy the United States. Not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to put the link in the Sandbox for people to read, but I will read some of it. As the United States President Donald Trump relentlessly threatens to annex Canada, some Canadians are worried that an American invasion could one day become a reality. How would that scenario play out? Looking at the sheer size of the American military, many people might believe that Trump would enjoy an easy victory. That analysis is wrong. If Trump ever decides to use military force to annex Canada, the result would not be determined by conventional military confrontation between the Canadian and American armies. Rather, a military invasion of Canada would trigger a decades-long violent resistance, which would ultimately destroy the United States. I fully suspect that Donald Trump, again, will try, but I do not, I've never thought that it would be boots on the ground type thing. But in this nightmare scenario, could Canada successfully resist an American invasion? Absolutely. I know this because I have studied insurgencies around the world for more than 2 decades, and I have spent time with ordinary people who have fought against powerful invading armies. How insurgence begins. And so goes over a lot of that information. And so let's get into this. The myth of Canadian niceness. We're so nice up here. Eh? This idea may shock Canadians today because they see themselves as friendly and affable people. However, Canada's current self-image of niceness only exists because they're at peace. War changes people very quickly, and Canadians are no more innately peaceful than any other human beings. When your child is dying in your arms, you become capable of violence. Once you lose what you love, resistance becomes as natural as breathing. Except for a few collaborators in capos, my research suggests many Canadians would likely engage in various forms of everyday resistance against invading forces that could involve stealing, lying, cutting wires, and diverting funds. Meanwhile, the insurgents would unleash physical devastation on American targets. Even if 1% of all resisting Canadians engage in armed resistance, that would constitute 400,000 person insurgency, nearly 10 times the size of the Taliban at the start of the Afghan war. If a fraction of that number engaged in violent attacks, it would set fire to the entire continent. Canada would make this insurgency difficult to defeat. With the deep forests and rugged mountains, Canada's northern terrain could not be conquered or controlled. That would require Canadians to go camping. There's a lot of faith in what a lot of untrained people are capable of. No doubt there would be some, but people like their air conditioning. That means loyalists from the Canadian Armed Forces can mobilize civilian recruits into decentralized fighting units that could strike, retreat into the wilderness, blend back into the local communities that support them. The Canada-US border is also easy to cross, which would give insurgents access to American critical infrastructure. It costs tens of billions of dollars to build an energy pipeline and only a few thousand to blow one up. So again, let's read the forewarned. This scenario would guarantee the destruction of both Canada and the United States. No one is in their right mind would choose this gruesome future over peaceful and mutually beneficial alliance with a friendly neighbor. Nevertheless, if Trump is reckless enough to think the violent annexation of Canada is an achievable goal, then let it be known that all these horrifying outcomes were predictable well in advance and that he was forewarned. So tossing this into the sandbox. But who really is in charge of the United States? Is it Donald Trump? Is he the one that is in charge of the United States? Or is it Elon Musk? Or is it his 4-year-old son? So this was tweeted out from Anonymous. You are not the president and you need to go away, says the 4-year-old kid to the president who's sitting behind the desk in the Oval Office.
To restore democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? To restore democracy.
Yeah, you can't really hear it, but he does says you are not the president and you need to go away. He also proceeded to pick his nose and wipe it on the desk. Nobody understands that the most powerful person in that room is actually that kid. Nobody else could have done that. No one. I'm worried about this child's future. The thing is that a lot of people say they don't want to pick on kids of powerful people and things of that sort. This child's going to turn into quite the demon if there isn't intervention held now. Like having this guy as your father, you are set up from the get-go to be a horrible person. There's just like, wow. You know, Donald Trump was spawned from something. He wasn't born the way he is. Yeah. All right, that's a different topic there. So, Elon Musk right now is probably more in charge of what's going on than Donald Trump is, which is just disturbing and scary in so many different ways. Because nobody voted him in. Most people do not like what he's doing. Apparently, recently they just fire like a whole bunch of people that work on nuclear weapons, and they're like, oopsie, we're going to unfire you so that you can come back and do your jobs because nuclear weapons and all. Let's check the sandbox and we'll get into that other topic. And then we'll get into a whole bunch of Doug Ford stuff. Checking the sandbox. So many people have jumped in. Welcome, everyone. Glad to see you out on this Saturday evening. Was really hoping to have this earlier, but, you know, life. Okay, I don't need to go way, way back up. Bob Carmody? Well, now it's 200% tariffs. Yeah, I know. Hello, BCat. This isn't inspirational no matter how hard you try, PP. Soul Life. Hello, Trump. Fine, you'll be your territory then. Obsessive audio. I believe in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. PP is trying to destroy it. Yeah, Polyev has already mentioned that he plans on using the notwithstanding clause to override people's rights that are protected in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The notwithstanding clause really needs to go. It's, you know, we have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms for a reason. You know, having an override button will get abused. Let's see. The Wild West. Do they want to destroy the economy and force everyone onto crypto? Don't give them ideas. John Davis. Aluminum. That's what I said. That's what I said. Christy Z. Donald Facts, but be forewarned, friend. I literally can't remember all the people's emojis, so I just have to say hi in my own way. So if I use an emoji, don't feel some type of way if you don't use yours. I completely understood everything in that. Let's see. Obsessive audio exemptions won't be for friends and allies. They'll be for cronies and directed by the oligarchs. Let's see. As Scout is taken, I don't know if me covered this. Lance did the 15 premiers of Canada, went to the White House. Trump wouldn't see them and claimed victory anyway. Well, about that, we don't have 15 premiers. Really? Well, I guess if you're including the territories, maybe. 10 provinces, 3 territories. So maybe. I usually just think of 10 premiers because the provinces are the only places that matter. No, just kidding. Yeah, they all went on the trip, and Doug Ford is the chair of that organization. And yeah, he got some good campaign footage from that. 56 Nick Rich, I got my $200 bribe check. So did I, and had to spend it immediately because now I have a flat tire. S Scout is taken. Has anyone figured out if Trump actually doesn't understand tariffs, or is he just pretending not to for his fans? I honestly don't know. Like, I don't know if anyone has, like, close to him has tried to sit down with him and be like, this is how tariffs actually work. Or if Trump has been like, I've been saying this for so long, if I correct myself now, it'll make me look weak. It's so hard to tell with him because you think of all the weirdest, radical, worst options there are, and with Trump, they could all equally be possible. Like with some people, you'd be like, well, no, that one is too unrealistic. That one person's too rational. With Trump, anything is possible. So Life, Ben Dixon says, Trump wants to stop giving us tax refunds too. Joke's on him because I won't pay taxes without an IRS. Print your defense budget. Let's see. Bad Lefty says Sandy knows. Yes. Oh, talking about how nobody actually reads the articles. Let's see. Mozart, Red Maple Leaf Dawn. And then John Davis also saying Maple Dawn. MIDI doctors, if I was Canada, I would get nukes. What makes you think we don't have them already? Shh. See, the thing is that most Americans wouldn't want to attack Canada either because a lot of us have friend and family across the borders, because again, our countries are so interconnected. So most people I know, like I know personally people who live in the United States, like friends and family wise, and then everyone I know knows people who have friends and family that live in the United States. And it won't quite be the same ratio with Americans knowing people who live in Canada, but there is still a large percentage of Americans who have friends or family that live in Canada. You are basically attacking your own people to some extent. And then especially with like all the business connections and stuff across the borders, it won't be a boots on the ground situation. Eek, it jumped. Bob Carmody. I think prices will go up, but they might go up, but they might, and they'll go down, and it'll all be great. PB, the weak framing coming from sports a lot. The zero-sum game ultimately comes down to never admitting you're wrong. And people tweeting out like honey and peacocks and sandwiches. Don't start getting into the food stuff. I haven't eaten a full meal today, I don't think. Did I? No, I had a bagel for breakfast. Had a scone later on. That's about it. And some snacks. It's been a crazy day. I was really hoping to start this earlier. I'm debating if I actually want to go over this because it's a super long article, but it's super interesting. And I know if I don't go over it and I just toss it into the you guys ain't reading it. I just realized I point this way when I talk about the sandbox because it's this direction for me. But it's on this side of the YouTube screen, isn't it? Have I been doing this wrong the whole time? Because I keep on doing this because to me it's on this side. Let me see on my YouTube. Gotta go to the line. So when I point here, let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's the opposite. Okay, okay. So I just keep on pointing to random air. So really, when I say I'm talking to the sandbox, I need to do this. I'm talking to the sandbox, which is over there. I'm tossing it in the sandbox, which is over there, not over there. Let's see. Like I said, this is a very interesting article. And I read the first part and glanced through the rest because it's a very long article, but it's very interesting. So I'll start reading it and see how far we get because there's a couple stories that are attached to this that I wanted to cover. So from CBC News, a shadow war on libraries. Some Canadian politicians and influencers inspired by American-born movement are trying to roll back 2S LGBTQ+ rights in Canada, one book at a time. There was a time not so very long ago when there was no place Theo Robertson wanted to be other than the small prairie town of Valley View, Alberta. It is here in a town tucked between Sturgeon Lake and Little Smoky River, about 350 kilometers northwest of Edmonton, that Robertson was raised. It is where she went to school and met friends. It is where she works in her grandfather's garage to earn pocket money. But Valley View no longer feels like home to the 17-year-old transgender teenager. The town now conjures up a darker feeling. I feel terrorized almost. I feel like I'm existing in my community has just become harder than it was ever intended to be, said Robertson. On the streets of the town, in public meetings, and on social media, Robertson says she has been openly accosted by adults because of her gender, and it all started when she stood up for the public library. Since 2023, a fierce debate over the fate of the library has exposed political fault lines in the once close-knit town of nearly 1,800 people. Defenders of the library and the local 2S LGBTQ+ community have been pitted against a secretive town council and its allies. The fight is deeply personal to one of Robertson, The fight is a deeply personal one for Robertson, who founded Valley View's Gay Straight Alliance Club, or GSA, in the library. Teens in the club say it's the only refuge in town for them, one Robertson now fears will be erased. The conflict came to a head on January 29th when the town-controlled majority on the board voted to close and move the library to a soon-to-be-built school complex. The space afforded to the library will be half its current size and potentially be subject to restrictive provincial rules around 2S LGBTQ+ expressions in schools. This feels like this was the nail in the coffin, says Robertson. I don't think anybody at our GSA would feel safe having the group at the new school. The experience in Valley View is not an isolated one. An investigation by Fifth Estate has found that there is a shadow war in Canada against libraries and books. Its leading political actors from small towns to large political parties are linked to a broader grassroots movement steeped in conspiracy theories movement that has stoked fears about gender identity, education, child abuse, and teachers. Sometimes activists have moved through legitimate processes, including elections, running campaigns in often overlooked races for schools or library boards. Other times they use established book challenges process at libraries, which has caused a dramatic rise in attempts to ban books in Canada. By analyzing more than a dozen hours of video footage, book challenge data, social media activity, and secret recordings, the Fifth Estate traced the web of influence to the United States, where an anti-2S LGBTQ+ campaign has evolved from right-wing campaign rhetoric to laws that threaten libraries in Republican states. It spreads. It always spreads. It starts in one country with these hateful, bigoted stuff, and then it spreads to the other countries because the right wing is very well connected in networks. You know, they support each other across the border so much that it's only a matter of time. You see horrendous things happening down in the States. It's only a matter of time before it gets moved up here as well. And we're seeing it, especially in Alberta. The battle language of this movement is found in events held by political activists Take Back Alberta, TBA, where the audience was told books, libraries, and schools were weapons being used to corrupt children's soul and destroy Western civilization. With the stakes this high, Take Back Alberta's firebrand leader, David Parker, urged his listeners to act. We're on the precipice of a communist revolution. Start that sentence over again. We're on the precipice of a communist revolution. It's literally happening right before your eyes. If we rise up, we can stop it, Parker told his followers at one of these events. If you're too busy to save your civilization, then you deserve the gulags. I really, really wish that our school systems did a better job of educating people. This country ain't at any risk of turning communist at all. It's not on the precipice of a communist revolution. It's on the precipice of a lot of fascistic and right-wing rhetoric ideals being pushed through the systems and imposed on people. Communist? Nah. Like, again, I just want them to explain in detail what communist elements do they see being imposed on people right now. Like, if we're on the precipice, what are those things? What is the communist things that are happening in this country that are making you so worried? Just explain that. But people, they hear these words, these words that are meant to cause like rage and fear and all this sort of stuff of the unknown without any actual knowledge as to what these things mean. In Valley View, the movement's influence looms over the landscape. On the highway into town, local businesses owner Rod Perron erects massive tower on his canola field, draped over its farm in a banner with an unmistakable message, taking Alberta back. I think it means to me that we're moving in the right direction, getting back to our core roots, says Perron. I guess Take Back Alberta has a lot of influence on social issues. The debate over social issues is tied to the fate of the library in Valley View and became so divisive that one of the town's councillors pleaded for unity. Let's not go into the community and cause big divides, says Councillor Samantha at the April 2024 town hall meeting. We have half the community hating the other half of the community. Yeah, that's compensating for something. A place to be themselves. For decades, Valley View's library has stood on 50th Avenue, a road known around town as Main Street. It is home to more than books. It is a hub of community programs for kids, new Canadians, and seniors, from reading time to computer classes. They're surrounded by the stacks and shelves of small group 2S LGBTQ+ youth regularly gather. They play board games, they watch movies, they eat pizza. Above all, they feel safe. It's sort of like a youth group with the underlying notion that we're all accepting and that we love everybody, says Robertson. They already identify as LGBT. We just provide a space for them to be and exist. Like I said, I'm not going to read this entire article because it's very long, but I do recommend that people actually read this one. So let's just show some book challenges in public libraries are increasing both in the US here and in Canada. Canada's really skyrocketing there. And then the graph just showing the differences between the two countries. Canada is actually, you know, pushing it even further. Was there anything else that I wanted to... Like I said, super long article, and there's still lots to get to, so I'm tossing this in the sandbox for people to read. But there is pushback in Alberta. It's not just, you know, all these horrible things are happening and people aren't doing anything. So Calgary students walk out of class to protest Premier Smith's transgender policies.
The Calgary Board of The students at high schools in Calgary walked out of class today to protest the province's transgender youth policies. Today marks 1 year since major protests at schools province-wide, and the new policies, legislated by the UCP government, are set to take effect in 2025. Tyler Barrow reports.
Protect trans youth! Protect trans youth!
Students at Western Canada High School were loud and clear.
Trans lives matter!
And at William Aberhart High School, shared sentiments. Approximately 30 students at each school, along with students at Crescent Heights High School, took a stand against the province's youth transgender policies.
We have we have friends, classmates, and family members who are badly affected by this, by these policies.
The demonstration follows the 1-year anniversary of the 2024 Alberta-wide walkout when the policies were introduced. Now the controversial policies are set to become law to restrict access to gender-affirming healthcare and transgender participation in women's sports. It will also require parental consent for sex education and notification about changes to pronouns and names in schools.
It's really scary to know that my well-being and my livelihood are possibly being taken away.
Young members of the trans community fear what these policies could mean for other students down the road.
If my parents had been told about me changing my name back in middle school, I think they wouldn't have been approving and they wouldn't have made my life easier.
This sexual and gender diversity expert says Alberta's policies cast a dark time for students.
Although not yet fully enacted, has put a chill on discussions around sexual orientation and gender identity in schools.
The students' walkout comes just a day after U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order banning trans women from women's sports. Assistant captain with the Flames' '89 Cup winning team, Al MacInnis, weighed in on X, applauding the president, drawing both support and criticism, as MacInnis' daughter played university hockey in the States.
It is horrifying the amount of misogyny behind it and the fact that the law only applies to trans females.
In response to the walkout, the Ministry of Education says students have a variety of ways they can express themselves. However, it is important for them to be in class and not disrupt their and others' learning. All students should feel welcomed, cared for, safe, and respected while at school. Tyler Barrow, CTV News, Calgary.
And I wanted to touch on just a little bit in the article. Where is it? So Finn, I have no idea how to say that, made the transition from woman to non-binary man. It's really scary to know that my well-being, my livelihood are possibly being taken away, said Finn. If things continue to go the way they are, I might not be able to get access to anything even in adulthood, especially surgeries that might help me feel better about my body, dysmorphia, or any hormones that could potentially help me feel more like myself. Finn wants Smith to reconsider the policies. The 16-year-old says there's a shift in how transgender individuals are treated. An overall demeanor around the way that people are talking to us and asking questions, said Finn. Organizers of the protest said despite public oppositions and calls for inclusivity, the provincial government continues to attack the rights of trans youth. The Calgary Board of Education says it's aware of the planned walkout by students. And they say, we don't really like that. Christopher Wells, who works as a research chair of the Public Understanding of Sexual and Gender Minority Youth and serves as a senator, says the impeding legislation has put a chill into the school system. Students are rightfully scared for their lives, says Wells. Danielle Smith legislation, although not yet fully enacted, has put a chill on discussions around sexual orientation, gender identity in schools. The walkout by the students comes a day after the President Trump made the thing. Part of Smith's policies would clamp down on transgender female athletes competing in women's and girls' sports. This is an attack on all women. It's about who gets to regulate your body and decide your identity and who has the right to participate, said Wells. The research is clear. Trans women do not have this great competitive advantage in sports. They're not causing accidents or injuries. Friday's walkout protest legislation concerning Alberta's transgender youth took place on the one-year anniversary of the last one. Yeah, it's becoming very scary when it comes to what's happening to the rise in the anti-2S LGBTQ plus rhetoric in both the United States and Canada. It's, of all of the hatred types out there, it's the one that's in the highest. Like it's increasing the highest. A lot of them are increasing because this right-wing rhetoric is getting more and more mainstreamed. And, you know, when you have the people who are in positions of power that don't want to push back against it because they're afraid of looking too woke or that it might hurt their campaign, when you don't have that pushback, the people on the right, they're going to keep on going. They're going to keep on testing that boundary. If there's nothing holding them back, they're going to go full-fledged what they want to do. We need more people stepping up and doing something, speaking out, pushing back. But oh no, the Liberals, both provincially and federally, we're going way too far left these days. We are just people that want to live our lives. You know, how I identify my gender has no impact on anyone. You know, I'm non-binary. How does that change somebody else's world? You know, how does that affect anyone else's day-to-day being that I identify as non-binary? You know, to take it away from these children, like especially somebody who said, you know, it puts children's lives in danger because, again, it's such a small group of people being targeted by the most powerful people in the country, both on a political scale and social influence scale, that are demonizing these children for just being who they are. More has to be done by the people who actually have these positions of influence and power to push back, to say something, to do something. Oh, well. Let's check the Sandbox. I had another article that I was going to go over. It's a one-off thing. But I still have so much Doug Ford stuff to get to now that I might miss it because my stomach is going to start grumbling soon because I'm actually hungry. So let's check the Sandbox. And I have like some crunchy potato chips next to me, but I don't think anyone wants that ASMR going on. Let's see. Hello, Super Strike 9. Not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Bad Lefty. Okay, I'm going to jump into bed before I fall asleep. Where am I? Where I am. Okay. That makes more sense. You know, you just switch around before I fall asleep. You switch around those two words, changes the context of that sentence quite drastically, because it's like, before I fall asleep, where am I? Versus before I fall asleep, where I am. It's just two words reversed can definitely change that. Super Strike 9 says, Mapa Mega are traitors as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, the people that love to, you know, take the Canada flag and turn it upside down and have F Trudeau flags and go on protests and stuff like that are now trying to claim to be the patriotic ones by saying, oh, we should go join the United States. I have my issues with this country, no doubt about it. That's the whole premise of this channel. But I really don't like the idea of becoming American. I'd much prefer to stay here. I'm very grateful to be Canadian. Pride? Grateful? Yes. Jet says, Canada, I'm sorry for the worst U.S. export. And welcome to the Sandbox, Jet. Let's see. Mistman, all this LGBTQ fear-mongering from primitive relics fearing their backward civilization they grew up in will end. Newsflash, the old ways never last forever. Make room for something new and better. Yeah, again, it's just so bizarre to me that people want to try so hard and hate people so much for just living life. You know, somebody being trans in a community has zero impact on the lives of the rest of the people in that community. And yet they blow it up into this thing of, you know, oh, it's destroying the foundation, the fabric of this society if we allow one person to live who they are. It's like this level of bigotry, this level of hatred, this level of fear. It's not something I'm capable of empathizing with. Like, I don't understand it. I can't wrap my head around, you know, how you can just hate a group of people for simply existing. And it must be a very sad life to live like that. Really. And again, I'm seeing it in the video. Then I'm turning this way to look to the chat. And all you guys are probably thinking, like, chat's on that side. Why do you keep on looking the other way? Oops. I suppose I could switch the screens, but that's a lot of work. MIDI doctors, we must stand firm on trans and push back. Yeah, I actually have a lot to say about that in my video that I'm making about TYT for reasons. Because it's like all these concessions of like, well, you're right about these trans issues being too extreme, so we have some common ground there. And it's like, where has that gotten the Americans right now? Right. A lot of executive orders erasing them from the world. You can't give concessions to people who want you dead. You know, there is no middle ground when it comes to human rights. There is no middle ground for, you know, trans people being able to exist equally in this world. You know, you don't get to pick and choose what rights I'm allowed to have. Actually talked a bit about that with Brooklyn in my interview I posted with her about her yesterday. So everyone, go check out that interview. We had a really interesting talk, and she's a candidate for the NDP, Ontario NDP right now in this provincial election. I'd love to get like a sitting candidate, like an incumbent NDP or up. I'd have a lot more tougher questions for them. I'd love to get like a conservative or a liberal up too. I'm just saying. Necessarily be so friendly to them. Donald James X, religious people, I understand more that they have animosity towards LGBTQ community, but other people, it seems like a waste of energy to hate for no reason. Okay, why don't we get back into it? So yes, there's an election happening here in Ontario. And I'm trying my best to cover it. I have a lot on my plate right now. I have finally conceded that I can't focus on the video I'm doing about TYT exclusively right now, because this election is far more important than that video by far. Like there's nothing even close right now. And I on my tiny channel, I want to bring as much attention to it as possible, because the most important thing is to vote. You need to vote. 57% of people sat out the last one. I'm worried it's going to be under 40%. We'll get to that later on. So yeah, I want to focus, pretty much the rest of this is about stuff relating to the election here in Ontario. And I want to do some like live coverage of like the debates, and I want to do live coverage of the election night, which I am planning on doing. I'm hoping to have somebody on stream with me. I'm still waiting to hear if they can make it before I start asking other people. But one thing I wanted to do was cover the leaders debate, and I was all excited because I found out when it was. And then I found out earlier today that there already was a leaders debate yesterday. And I'm like, well, if I had known that, I would have maybe covered it. But why would I think such a silly thing like that? Because I heard about one, it's going to be on Family Day. That's Monday. Because Colin DeMello had tweeted this out, and I trust him. He's from Global News, and I've said that he's a reliable source. And so here he has this tweet saying Ontario four main party leaders will face off in a debate on Family Day that will air on all provincial TV networks. And I'm thinking, okay, I'll cover it. But you see here, this little headline here, that's what threw me off. Ontario election 2025, leaders to have only expected debate on Family Day. Thanks, Colin. I only learned about the debate that happened earlier today, because I wasn't thinking one was going on earlier. No, because only expected debate on Family Day. Huh. I blame you, Colin DeMello, for not covering the other one live. I did watch it, though. I watched it earlier today on like 1.5 speed, and we didn't need to watch it live. Let's go. Ontario election 2025, leaders to have debate on Family Day. Okay, that's not using any volume there. The leaders from Ontario four main political parties. I don't need to get into all of this here because, like I said, I'm actually hoping to cover this live. It's on 6:30 on Monday, February 17th, which is called Family Day here in Canada. Hello, Abernathy. He's my family. Are you going to come up? Are you going to come up? Abernathy? Are you going to come up? This cat is getting way more bold whenever I open up my door. He wants to walk out into the hall and be like, hey, what's up, people? And I do want to get him harness trained so that I can walk him up and down the hall, but I'm worried with him just running out all the time because I'm not worried he'll get outside or anything. But there's a few people on this floor who have dogs. Are you going to jump up? There you go. There. Everyone wants to see your cute tail. Come on. Let everyone see you. Here we go. Ooh. There we go. Look at those paws all stretched out. Okay. Back to the news. So yes, there will be one on Monday at 6:30. I'm going to try to find somebody to come on stream with me to watch the debate with. It's short notice though, and it's a weekday, and yeah. A lot of other people I know have like jobs and lives and things of that sort. So if there's anybody watching who has been on my stream before, American, Canadian, doesn't matter. Hit me up if you're available at 6:30 on Monday. Like I said, it's short notice, and I don't think most people will be able to make it. Like most of the streamers I know won't be able to make it because they also have like day jobs and whatnot. So I am hoping to cover this one live. But like I said, I watched the other one earlier today, and there's a couple points in it that I'm like, hey, we should actually go over some stuff. Not much, like we're not going to watch the whole thing. It's almost an hour and a half long. But there were a couple sections that I'm like, okay, yeah, there's enough there to respond to. So first spot I have written down on my piece of paper is 52:30. Right around here. So I was mentioning earlier how, you know, Justin Trudeau, Doug Ford, they know how to talk to an audience. Bonnie Crombie, who is in the red. So the way that you can tell Bonnie Crombie and Merritt Stiles apart in this video is Bonnie Crombie is Liberal, and that is their party color. So that's how you know this one's Bonnie and this one is Merritt. That's Mike Schreiner. He is the leader of the Green Party, and he's also a sitting MPP, so he's an incumbent. And then Doug Ford. But yeah, there was a few things to go over, but Doug Ford, he knows how to talk to a crowd. This was the only time where there was like any kind of real reaction I felt from the audience was from him talking. Oh, don't start from, oh, okay. It's like,
Doug, 7 years.
So let's back up just a little
Structural
bit.
panels can move easily, seamlessly across provincial borders.
You know what, just start with
you didn't
actually
get it
saving
done.
the jobs that we're losing
You
right now.
didn't get it done.
Let's hear from
Both these two just have such strong, I want to talk to the manager vibe.
Doug Ford on those issues. Go ahead.
7 years to get it done, Doug. 7 years.
Let's hear from Doug Ford.
Well, first of all, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. You know, I find it so...
Yeah. He got the audience to respond to, because a lot of this, you know, Bonnie and Merritt just kind of looked like they were trying to talk to the manager the entire time. But Doug Ford comes across as more folksy, more approachable, more friendly, more down to earth, even though he's rich and has lived a privileged life, has committed so much like corruption, in my opinion, has done a lot of criminal activity, in my opinion, and has gotten away with so much. Like, there has been so much social murder that has happened in this province because of the policies that he put through, in my opinion, but, you know, you can read up on it yourself. And yet, he gets the audience behind him.
And a 403, where's the money for the roads in the north? Where's the money for the
So
jobs?
she's talking about a whole bunch of things that Doug Ford has put through, and that's
dollars.
I needed to back up before I showed that part of the clip, because then he's like, well, thank you for saying all these things that I have accomplished, basically is where that joke is coming from.
The same thing for 7 years. You put over $10 billion with a B dollars into the EV industry. How much money has gone into the north? How much money has gone into northern roads, into northern sectors, northern communities? You're also planning on spending $150 billion on a fantasy tunnel under the 401 and a 403. Where's the money for the roads in the north? Where's the money for the jobs? What did you do to diversify?
Oh, and to make it clear, the reason why she's repeating the North all the time is because this is the party leaders take part in debate on northern issues. So this isn't like general debate. This is about Northern Ontario and their issues.
The trading sectors here. Did you break down interprovincial trade barriers so our goods, our lumber, our pulp, our biomass, whatever it might be, structural panels, can move easily, seamlessly?
So here she is just basically saying, like, this is all our economy has to offer and what we produce and all this great stuff.
Across provincial borders?
You know what, just start with
you didn't
actually
get it
saving
done.
the jobs that we're losing right now.
You didn't get it done.
Let's hear from Doug Ford on those issues. Go ahead.
7 years to get it done, Doug. 7 years.
Let's hear from Doug Ford.
Well, first of all, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. You know, I find it so ironic standing up here. Bonnie Crombie might have went up north in the last 7 years, maybe 2 times. I've been up hundreds of times into factories, into...
About that, so he's going to say, yeah, I've been up here for factories, and no, that's all bullshit. Yeah, he has been up north hundreds of times to his fucking cottage. He spends so much time up at his cottage, his mega cottage that he recently got built. He already had a ginormous cottage, but now he has like a super mega cottage that he built. So yeah, he has been up north hundreds of times for that. Not to go visit the factories or to, you know, schmooze with all the people in the north. We'll get, I think it's in the part that I want to cover, the mental health part, where it's mentioned that, you know, in northern communities, homelessness has increased by 200%, in large part because of what this guy has done. But he gets the audience to laugh because he comes across as so personable, so easy to get along with. So let's get to... Oh, I guess it goes right into it from here. Okay.
Forestry sectors, and we had an event from the forestry sector. I didn't see any of them. There's a reason why they support the PC government, because we've invested over $400 million, creating over 3,500 jobs.
All right.
All 3 parties vote against us.
Everyone's spoken on this issue, right?
Thrive and prosper and grow, but everything we do for the forestry sector,
all right.
all 3 parties vote against us.
He keeps on saying the 3 parties vote against us. Well, first of all, his policies are shit. Also, it's like, so what? It's not like it stopped him. He has a majority right now. It's all just performative.
Everyone's spoken on this issue. We're going to move to the next question, which is about feeling safe in our northern communities. There are people struggling with addictions, many with mental health challenges, living rough. If elected, would you open the Mental Health Act and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to recognize addiction as a substance use disorder? And this time we start with Bonnie Crombie.
Yes, I would. This is an issue that's really personal for me, and don't know if many of you have heard me sharing this story, but I've been affected by mental health and addiction. My biological father, he left us when I was very young, and I hadn't seen him in decades, in fact, because he had a very serious addiction issue. And it took a real toll on our family, and I grew up with my mom and my grandparents in a rooming house and didn't have kind of a normal, whatever that is, upbringing until my mom remarried and we moved to Etobicoke. But I saw the stress it put us under and how it puts many people under, and I was grateful for the Seton House, a men's shelter in Toronto, that took him in and provided him with the care and the services that he needed. But we need shelters like that, not just in Toronto and in Ottawa and Mississauga. We need them in Temiskaming and in Cochrane and right here as well. Sudbury and Thunder Bay have some of the highest opioid uses in the country. We need to get a handle on that, and we need a specific strategy to deal with it. We need a coordinated strategy with proper funding behind it, not something that's going to open in years' time, that's a drop in the bucket. I was the chair of the mayor's groups, and we'd get together and brainstorm.
I have a lot of issues with the Liberals because here she's talking about a lot of these things that need to be put in place, telling her personal story, which is standard, you know, what politicians do. It affected me because it was affecting someone I knew. But a lot of the way that our health system is falling apart right now, how Doug Ford is able to undermine it so well, it's because of what the Liberals did during their time in office. You know, it was the, what's the word? When you let things run out. What's the word? I had it for like a split second in my head. When you just let, okay, somebody in the Sandbox, let me know what the word in my brain is when you just let things naturally run out. God damn it, I hate when I do this. I remember the word, like I know the word, and it just kind of slipped from my brain, and I hate it because it really disrupts my flow, and there's a bit of delay in me talking and people hearing in the Sandbox, but there's a word for it. and people will get the person who gets it will get a karma cookie. Oh, it's bugging me. It is bugging me. What is that word? It's like right on the tip of my brain. Anyway, it was because of a lot of the policies that the Liberals put through that, you know, made the healthcare system so easy for Doug Ford to just kind of come in and seeing the word compassion. No, I'm talking about how the Liberals undermined the healthcare system by just letting things run out. There's a certain word for that. It's kind of like when a whole bunch of people, when you're trying to shut down a company or something, you let people just retire out of it and you don't replace them. That type of word. Yeah. When people like move out of a place, but you don't replace them. That's the word that I'm looking for. There's a word for it. But like neglect and lapse are all good terms, but they're not the ones that I'm looking for. It's bugging me. I'm going to go to Word Hippo right now. That's how much it's bugging me. And Word Hippo is really good for this sort of thing. Run out. Let's see. Discontinue. Along those lines, seize. Disconnect. No, not those. Get over being halt. No, not those. Darn it! Let's see, it was close to... Wow, this one's actually like super bugging me. Which is like really not interesting content for you guys to be watching right now, as it's like really, really bugging me what this word is. Let's see, has anybody got it? Anybody get it? Anybody get it? Nope, nobody's got it yet. There, oh man, like so much at the tip of my brain. It is bugging me. Trition. Trition is in the word. Trition is in the word. It's like the end of the word is trition. How is it that I'm only remembering half the fucking word? But trition is like the second half of the Ah. I'm thinking, is it like... Oh. Attrition! That's it! I was thinking nutrition, attrition. It's not the right... Attrition. Yeah, that's what the Liberals did. I'm a writer, by the way. I get this. Attrition. That's the word that I was looking for. That's what the Liberals did. They did a lot of that with like healthcare and mental health services and all that sort of stuff. So it looks like lots of people, since they got it all at the same time, all of you get good karma cookies. And I always turn to Word Hippo for this sort of thing. But yeah, that's what the Liberals did. So it was very easy when Doug Ford came in to just tip everything over because of everything, all the attrition that the Liberals had done. I have my story from my grandmother, how she passed away in the long-term care home that she was in. And that was under Liberal government here in Ontario. So we can get back to this now that everyone has got it before I did.
Storm, who's doing what that works to help people with mental health and addiction issues. You know, kudos to one mayor, Josh Morgan in London, who built supportive housing that had the wraparound services, and another mayor in Kitchener, Barry Verbanovich, who built tiny homes, and other ones modular homes, other one who needed a detox clinic, and he put a plea out, please, I just need $2 million in Belleville. But their pleas go unanswered. This is a provincial issue. It's being downloaded to the municipalities. It needs to be coordinated by the province, and there has to be proper funding behind it. And yes, of course, we would open up the Health Act to ensure that anyone suffering from mental health and addiction gets the care and gets the treatment they need. There is.
Thank you, Bonnie Crombie. That's 2 minutes.
But they didn't do that when the Liberals were in power, and they never acknowledged that.
Marit Stiles, would you open the Mental Health Act and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to recognize addiction as a substance use disorder?
Look, I don't need to tell anybody who's watching probably that addiction and mental health is a crisis that is tearing through our province and our communities, and particularly we see it here in Northern Ontario. Every time I go by that corner in Sudbury where Denise Sundell put up the white cross for her son Miles, and there are more crosses every time I go by. And we know that.
You see, I understand why politicians do this thing. Here's a personal story to me, or here's a story I know from the news that is really impactful, but it happens so often at this point, I think it's lost all its emphasis, all of its oomph, because it comes across as so phony and performative when they do this now, that they use these things as some sort of props in their political play. That I think it's no longer useful to do that. Like, there's so many other ways that you can talk about this and tackle this that are more speaks to the people as a whole, like not an individualized, but as a group, as a whole, how this is affecting people, how people as a whole can get help, as opposed to like, here's this cherry pick story that might, pluck away at some heartstrings. But the way they present it as well is just so performative. Like, I heard this story about this tragic event and it really touched me. I have somebody in my life who has gone through these things. It's so fake. And again, Doug Ford doesn't do this sort of thing. That's why he's able to get through to people. Like, talking about these individualized stories, it doesn't help the narrative anymore because of how they've used it so often.
We know that there's hundreds of people every day who are dying because of addiction, and we know that it is an issue that has affected so many families, everybody's family. On this issue, I got to tell you, my priority is taking care of people. Some of the people on this stage are going to want to just throw people into jail, get people some help, but I want to get people help with their addiction, right? These are our sons, our daughters, our fathers, our brothers. After 7 years of Doug Ford, we've had a lot of talk, right? We've had a lot of talk, but it has never been worse. You do not take away resources and supports that people need in a crisis without somehow replacing it with more and with better. And I got to tell you, Doug Ford, under his government, we have seen northern communities pitted against each other, where every community in the north really does deserve wraparound services. Look, that means investing in community mental health supports, right? It means making sure that there's mental health support in our schools, which is a commitment I am making, that at least one mental health professional will be in every school, because you know what? The kids are not all right, okay? And it means ensuring that we also address the primary care situation, the crisis in our province. 2.5 million Ontarians don't have a family doctor. We got to get those doctors up and running, and I'm going to be hiring 350 doctors in Northern Ontario alone and setting up a Northern Command Center to coordinate all of this. We need to lead with empathy, but also with evidence, something that this government has failed to do.
I do like her response after that little story a lot better, because here she's having like, here's some concrete policy issues. Here's how it's going to affect everyone. Here's what I'm going to do for this area specifically. Because like really what you need to do is say, like the wait times to get into these programs, like when a person makes an attempt on their life and they have to go into a program and the wait time is over a year to get into that program, that is unacceptable. That is leading to more harm, more loss of life, because these issues are time sensitive. Somebody in crisis like that doesn't have a year to wait before they can find a room or a spot in one of these programs. They need that help now. And it's because of assholes like Doug Ford that, they have stripped away all the support so severely that these programs are inaccessible unless you have a lot of money. That is unacceptable for a province as wealthy and well off as we are to let any single person not get the mental health care that they need. Probably a little bit better, but I like her delivery was a bit better than Bonnie Crumby. She gave a lot of like, here are the actual policies we're going to do, and here's how we're going to help this northern community specifically.
Doug Ford, would your government open the Mental Health Act and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to recognize addiction as a substance use disorder?
Well, part of our plan.
Oh, and she also did digs towards Doug Ford too. You could just name him as opposed to just, the subtweeting type thing. Whereas, yes, he is planning on just throwing people into jail that are suffering from addictions. Using the notwithstanding clause in order to just throw people in jail to override their human rights, as opposed to actually providing the programs and everything that they need. And he's going to talk about the Heart Hub and all that sort of stuff, which is all a bunch of bullshit that he did after everything that he has done to shut things down.
To protect Ontario, we're cleaning up the streets. That's first and foremost.
Doug Ford, would your government open the Mental Health Act and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to recognize addiction as a substance use disorder?
Well, part of our plan to protect Ontario, we're cleaning up the streets. That's first and foremost. We shut down drug injection sites.
We're cleaning up the streets? So wouldn't that be implying that the people who are suffering from these addictions, mental health issues, who are unhoused, that then they're just trash? We're just cleaning up the streets, getting rid of all this trash from the streets. You don't want to see that. You don't want that near the schools, all this garbage, all these people. What a disgusting human being.
Near schools and daycares. I know no one wants a drug addiction site beside a school or a daycare.
But what he does think schools want right next to them is alcohol. What could go wrong there, having a place that sells alcohol right beside a high school or something? What could go wrong? That's fine. But having a place where people can go to actually, like, here's that thing that pisses me off so much. The people who are going to these places are seeking help. They want help. But he's making them sound like that there's these evil entities, these evil beings that are going to these clinics. No, they're the ones that want help. They're the ones trying to get help. They're not the evil people. And he just constantly demonizes them and makes them out to be like these horrid individuals, or that they're somehow a threat to people.
But my three folks here on the stage, they voted against that. They believe we should have safe injection sites.
No, we didn't.
Right beside the schools. Actually, you did.
No, we didn't.
Instead, we're investing $530 million in 27 new, we call them heart hubs, that will get people into detox, get them shelter, give them an opportunity to find employment. You know, folks, I understand.
Again, I'm not necessarily against the idea of these heart hubs of his, but there are issues with them. Like, for one thing, you have to be clean in order to go into them. You can't use them. For some people, that's not tenable. You know, the supervised consumption sites are a place where they can go and still get treatment and still be encouraged and still get the supports and help that they need while not dying, because if they overdose in one of these places, there has been no recorded overdose deaths in a supervised consumption site in Canada. They have saved so many lives. And every time they save a life, that's their chance for that person to finally get to the place that they need to be in order to get the help that they need to no longer be reliant on a substance. And a heart hub can help some people, but it's not ideal for everyone. And even with these 27 locations, a lot more needs to happen. And so, like, if this was an option of many options, great. But to shut down the supervised consumption sites and then have these available, where again, people who are suffering from addictions can't consume what they need to help with that addiction at the time, to just expect people to go cold turkey, for the vast majority of people, that does not help them overcome their addiction. To force them into a treatment program where they suddenly can't get access to anything, it has to be a process. And for a lot of people, it's actually quite dangerous to just shut it off completely.
And when it comes to drug addiction, alcohol addiction, I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. People need support.
Yeah, his brother. Not to mention that the drugs that allegedly they were selling. Allegedly.
These hubs are connecting people with employment and support services. We're also giving municipalities new tools to dismantle encampments. And I'll tell you mentioned a couple mayors there. It was great.
New tools to dismantle encampments. But what are you doing for the people that are in those encampments? Where are they supposed to go?
See Mayor Morgan leading the way when he was down in Washington with me, with Mayor Barry from Kitchener. And I got a call from Mayor Ellis in Belleville thanking me over and over again for them getting a heart hub. They're getting more money. They're getting proper help outside of Safe Supply. That, do you believe it or not, the federal government's the largest drug dealer in this country. You can go in and get heroin, you can get anything, and they support it. You can't give, it's like giving.
No, you can't. No. You can't just go into a pharmacy and be like, can I get some heroin? Like, what? I hate how politicians are allowed to lie.
Giving a gambler $1,000 and tell him to go into the casino, or an alcoholic, give him an LCBO card to go into the LCBO and buy all the booze they want. They believe in it. I don't. I believe
the booze that he expanded to all the convenience stores.
Believe in supporting people and giving them help.
Mike Schreiner of the Green Party.
So even though, again, a lot of what he said there was bullshit, he got applause. But then again, we're in Northern Ontario. The crowd's going to lead conservative. But, you know, I've gotten conservative crowds to applaud me when I've talked about issues that are far more progressive than they would think, but I frame it in such a sense that it includes them in the conversation and their struggles and their strife. It is easy for some people to win over a crowd. These two ain't so good at it. Doug Ford is, but like I said again, this crowd probably leans conservative to begin with.
So Marcus, what I won't do, and I want to be really clear about this, what I won't do is throw people in jail.
Right.
Who are experiencing homelessness, who are experiencing mental health and addiction crises. Like, we're a caring society in Ontario. I know the people of Ontario care about their neighbors. And to actually introduce legislation to say that people are neighbors, sons and daughters, aunts and uncles, moms and dads, who are experiencing homelessness and addiction crisis, so we throw them in jail? Like, that's not the kind of Ontario I want to live in. I want us to address the crisis of caring by providing people with the supports they need.
That's right.
Right now.
Mike Schreiner actually kind of knocked it out of the park in this debate. You can hear, I don't know if it's Bonnie Crumby or Merritt Stiles in the background saying, right, all the time. He was able to just relay that message really well. And he's looking at the audience. He's not looking down at papers like the other two were. This is more in line with like what Doug Ford does, where he actually addresses the audience. And a lot of what he said in this, really good. But again, he's like, this is unacceptable for this province to be where we're just throwing people in jail for, you know, having an addiction and things of that sort. He's speaking to the people. And like throughout this, we're going to get to another part where he was speaking. And I'm like, okay, yeah, no, Mike actually knocked this debate out of the park.
Northern Ontario is experiencing far more overdose deaths than Southern Ontario. Over 200% increase in Timmins, 185% increase in overdose deaths in Sudbury. And they're begging for a consumption and treatment site to help people. You know, if we really want to help people, let's house them. It costs $30,000 a month to have somebody in hospital. It costs $10,000 a month to have somebody in jail. It costs $4,000 a month to have somebody in social housing. That's why the Ontario Greens.
Great, perfect. That's how you answered the question.
Are committed to building 60,000 permanent supportive homes with wraparound mental health, addictions, employment, and other supports. People need housing and health care, not jail. Let's be clear about that, okay? And I also think it is so important that we actually increase funding for mental health supports, community-based mental health supports. I can't tell you how many community health, mental health services I see people actually having to lay off staff because they haven't had enough funding to keep up with inflation. And that's why we're committing to investing $2 billion over the next 4 years to actually have the treatment and health
2 minutes.
support people need.
We're going to open this up for a discussion just because I'd like to broaden it a bit, because addictions is just one element that's putting stress on the healthcare system. We've got a doctor shortage, long wait lists in emergency rooms. Bonnie Crombie, what's your
And whose fault is that?
prescription to improve healthcare in Ontario?
Prescription is to ensure that everyone has a family doctor in the next 4 years, and that'll reduce our wait times in hospitals. But there is so much more to say on this issue as well, because homelessness in the north has gone up over 200% in the 7 years that he has been premier. Picking people up the streets, Premier, and putting them where? Honestly, where?
Mention the fact that Doug Ford just referred to them, or basically implied that they're trash. That they need to clean the streets up because they're trash, is how he would have finished that sentence.
Where there is no plan to put these people, move them along to form another encampment somewhere else. There is no spaces for people who want treatment to recover from their addiction. The lineups are years long right now, unless you want to pay out of pocket, and even that is costly and not available to most people. There is no plan. You cut $350 million from our healthcare plan. Meanwhile, 13,000 people.
Again, just a performance note here. You cut. No, if you're going to address him, you cut. Look at him when you're applying to Doug Ford.
Overdosed on opioids. You know what the communities need here in the north? Mobile crisis units to get there sooner. But yes, we need more doctors, and since you want me to talk about that, I'm happy to.
And let's go
because
to
I have a
Mark's.
plan that will put $3 billion on the table to ensure that you have. We've hired 3,100 doctors.
Mart Stiles.
So listen, thank you for that, because it is really important. And I think, we can't separate these two things, right? Lots of people, the first opportunity they're going to get, and the first place they would normally go to talk about whatever mental health challenges they're facing or addiction challenges would normally be your primary care, your family doctor. People don't have a family doctor. 177,000 people in Northern Ontario do not have a family doctor right now. And more than that, we are seeing our smaller hospitals in particular hemorrhaging dollars all the time, close to closing, emergency rooms closed, because we are have an enormous shortage of other healthcare workers, including nurses, I have to say, because hospitals are having to spend more money hiring private nursing agencies than actually being able to hire and keep our nurses. Now, Doug Ford, I would say, look, the Liberals created the hallway healthcare crisis, right? Doug Ford and his government came in and poured gasoline all over that situation. Neither of these governments did anything to actually address the healthcare crisis, and particularly the family doctor shortage in Northern Ontario or anywhere. So we need to take a really significant step forward, and these guys cannot be trusted to do that.
Doug Ford, I'll let you have a chance to respond.
Well, thank you so much. There's no government in the history of this country, not just the province, that has invested $3.8 billion into mental health and addiction. We have Dr. Michael Thabolo leading the way. He's doing...
Yeah, none. Including this. Everything healthcare related has gone to shit under Doug Ford. And this is like the cognitive dissonance that people must have to hear Doug Ford say all this stuff and not realize how their lives are being impacted, to not realize hey, wait a sec, I don't have a family doctor. I had one before, I don't have one now. I wonder if there's any connection between the current government and my situation, or the fact that so many ERs are closing all the time, or that the wait times in ERs that you can get into is so long, or that if you need to see a specialist or you need to get an MRI or all these other things, suddenly it's wow, it's taken forever in order to get this medical services that I need. I wonder if there's any connection to the current government.
Doing an incredible job, but the fact is we've added over 400 new treatment beds across the province. When it comes to...
But how many have you lost?
hiring doctors and nurses. We've hired 15,000 new doctors. We're paying for their tuition. We're making sure there's over 100,000 new nurses registered in Ontario, 30,000 in the schools. But guess how we pay for that? Guess how we pay for the $50 billion in the 50 sites that we're building new hospitals all across the province? Or in addition, you do it by protecting the economy. The economy is what pays for hospitals, healthcare, schools, and opportunities.
No equipment.
There's never been more investment in
no
healthcare
nurses.
than what we've done, over $33 billion more than the previous government, building new medical schools, adding more seats. Under the Liberals, they got rid of the seats. We're adding more seats right here in the north.
Let's have
We're
Mike
adding
Schreiner
more
have
seats.
just a few seconds to wrap things
Yeah,
up here.
let's just be honest with people. Ontario has the lowest per capita funding for healthcare any province in the country. It would take an additional $12 billion just to get us to the provincial, the national average among provinces.
So in the background, you could hear Doug Ford saying, that's not true. And then one of the other two saying, that is true. Again, good response from Mike here.
The Premier talks about money going into mental health. That's over 10 years. People need mental health services right now. Not like 10 years from now. Like literally, Canadian mental health associations across the province are having to lay off staff.
That's right.
Because they didn't get enough funding at a time when we're facing a mental health crisis. We have to have an honest conversation about the investments that are needed. And yes, we need a strong economy to do that. And yet, unemployment's the highest level in Ontario.
We're going to leave it there. We're going to leave. We have to move on. We have one more.
Again, really good response from Mike there. But there was another part I wanted to get to, which is just shortly after this, where Mike is talking again that I thought was really good.
Saying, way to go, we'll keep going, we're going to help make sure it's a 2-lane highway on both sides.
Oh, so now we're talking about the tunnel under the highway. His brilliant idea that will probably cost north of $100 billion.
They're 100% behind us. We're undertaking one of the largest projects.
Again, it's so fucking frustrating that here he is. He wants to expand this highway under a highway at a cost of like $100 billion. And yet he tries to brag that he spent like $100 and something odd million on unhoused folks or something of that sort. Like it's ridiculous. Having a highway under a highway won't save people's lives. It won't even save people time. Meanwhile, that money could be spent on programs like ODSP. And that would actually, if you were to double the rates, that would save lives. That would have a definite concrete improvement on people's lives. We'll be getting more on that topic in just a bit.
Projects in the north, expanding highways 11 and 17. And by the way, these three parties voted against it. We're building 18 new rest stops for truck drivers across the province. We're bringing back the Northlander, thanks to my friend Vic Fideli. As the Liberals canceled it, we're bringing it back. We launched Ontario 511 so northern drivers can get real-time information on snow clearing. And by the way, I love the people out there clearing the snows. We've invested over $600 million to repair and expand highways. They voted against it. We also invested nearly $150 million on winter maintenance. They voted against it.
That's your 1 minute, Mike Schreiner. 1 minute on Northern Highways.
So let's be clear with Northerners. Every time the Ford government says, hey, we're going to spend 10 to 12 plus billion dollars building Highway 413 in Southern Ontario, when there's a perfectly good highway right next to it, or tens of billions of dollars tunneling under the 401, instead of investing in immediate solutions to gridlock like paying the tolls of truckers on 407, it means the money for widening Highway 11, 17, and finishing 69 go down the priority list because it goes up in the south. So we need to have safe highways in Northern Ontario. We need to have divided highways in Northern Ontario. And in the interim, we need to come up with innovative solutions, such as the 2+1 dividers that the Nipissing Shores Chamber of Commerce has put forward as ways that we can immediately, at a low cost, improve safety while we're waiting for longer-term solutions like divided highways.
Thank you, Mike Schreiner. Bonnie Crombie.
And then I want to get to my favorite part in this. This guy, I don't remember his name, the moderator. Most Canadian moderator you have ever heard. I don't know why. I really love this part. Where is it? I have it. Oh, no, it's at the... So I'm at... Oh, let's... There. Should be a good start. I absolutely adore this moment.
That you have those wraparound services
But are you
that you
gonna
need,
build the
that they
supportive
need, so they
housing,
have the
affordable
treatment, so they have access to the treatment that they need to get them off their addictions. But the North in particular needs a specific fund of capital, a specific strategy to help you build.
This solution that works for people. Why? Because the interests of wealthy land speculators are more important to this government than you, the people of Ontario. Struggling just to push back against homes and the $8.3 billion Greenbelt scandal. I believe every single one of us up here to stand united against
I just want to get to the part
tariffs,
that I like.
and at the same time,
But there's a bit of a
build
lead
homes,
into it.
fix healthcare, fix education, and ensure we have a strong
How
economy.
is it should be about, how should be about
We need a
families?
wartime effort, everyone working together
Houses
to
should
solve the
be
housing
about
crisis.
families, not speculators, not
Doug Ford,
developers.
we'll give you 20 seconds to wrap up. Doug Ford.
We put the Building Faster Fund that Mississauga didn't meet, but everyone else met around the area.
You always have an
We
excuse,
put $3 billion towards infrastructure to build 160,000 more homes.
Where are they, Doug?
They
Where are
voted
they?
against it. All three
Where are
parties
they?
voted against it.
It's because
Where
it
are
doesn't
they?
work.
We're making
government,
sure we
where's the
cut
housing,
red
Doug?
tape and regulations.
1.5
All three
million
parties
homes. You didn't get it
voted
done.
against it. And honestly, with all due respect, Bonnie, you should be the last one speaking about building homes. You had the lowest builds in all
I
of
am
Ontario.
so proud of my city and my record.
God. We're
gonna
Doug Ford, I'll
stop.
take my record
tell you,
over yours any day.
Mississauga is not proud
Your
of you.
record
I'll
is a
tell you that
disaster.
right
You know
now.
what? Look at this.
Stop,
Look at
please.
this.
Thank you.
It's outrageous, these two
I
fighting
just,
over
for some
who's
reason,
built
stop. Stop, please. There's something about that I found so adorable. So adorably Canadian. I don't know. It's me. It's me.
the least.
For yours any day.
Mississauga is not proud
Your
of you.
record
I'll
is a
tell you that
disaster.
right
You know
now.
what? Look at this.
Stop,
Look at
please.
this.
Thank you.
It's outrageous, these two fighting over.
Just in the most monotone stop, please. I don't know why. I found that spotlight to be really cute and adorable. Oh, stop, please. Be like, shut your damn mouths. But right afterwards, usually there's a bit of a scrum that goes on for the leaders. Merritt's Bonnie Crombie was in one that was like a half hour long. We're not watching any of those. But here, Doug Ford skipped post-debate scrums for a scheduled event. Reporters learning in real time the scrum we'd be expecting with PC leader Doug Ford isn't happening. And this is from, I don't know how to say her name. She's a reporter for CTV Toronto. So, as always, Doug Ford is afraid to actually, like, I don't know, talk to reporters.
Did Doug Ford stay?
Just to let you know that because of timing, there is an event that Doug is gone to, so he's not staying. But our Phenom's second vice president, Lynn Watson.
No, we don't. No. And,
okay.
No, we don't want to talk to this second. Come on, we're here for Doug Ford.
Isn't this an event, though? But what was the reason?
He had a scheduled event and he's gone to it.
Okay, just like in 2022?
I have no idea.
And he knew that.
Did Doug Ford stay?
Like, he scheduled something for, like, right after the debate when he knew that we would want to talk to... Yeah, okay. Like, no, he doesn't want to talk to reporters unless he can control the situation. 56 Nick Rich, thank you so much for the $2, 1% of the bribe. I know the bribe you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Is it? Yeah. Because I did say earlier, if I get $40 in this live stream, I'll show you guys in there montage preview of the TYT video that I'm going to be showing. That I'm working on, that won't be ready until, you know, at least the beginning of March at this point, because my focus is turning more towards this impending election that we're having here in Ontario, because big consequences are coming up. But let's move on. So here, this might have been the thing that no, this was from earlier. So of course Doug Ford scheduled something for right after the debate. Go meet up with his rich buddies or maybe go to his cottage that was nearby. But this is from earlier, February 7th. And Catherine Fife, she's an NDP MPP. She said, when did Donald Trump become our customer? Is Ontario for sale? It absolutely is under Doug Ford. But so there was this talk about how the tariffs were stopped because we would get a fentanyl czar here in Canada. And there was lots of little fun memes going around about who the fictional character would be as the czar of fentanyl here in Canada. Dudley Do-Right to the littlest hobo, all of the fictional characters that we have here. Le Bonhomme, I don't know. That actually, I don't know, kind of makes more sense. But, again, it's just in the language and stuff. So here, the reporter from CTV says, PC leader Doug Ford urges the feds to move to the border fentanyl czar they committed to Monday to put off tariffs for 30 days. Says Canada needs to listen to its customer, Donald Trump.
Let's get this done. Listen to the customer. The customer is the Trump administration, our largest trading partner in the world. If he's saying this is a serious crisis, let's show him. Don't talk. I'm sick and tired of politicians talking. Let's get the helicopters in the air, the planes and the boots and the drones and the ships going up and down our water. I'm done with the talking. Let's show some action.
Yeah, it's Donald Trump, our biggest customer here in Canada. And the customer is always right. Isn't that how that phrase goes? Like, to refer to Donald Trump as Canada's customer, like, no, we have trading arrangements. We are trading partners. It's a partnership. To use this sort of language, like, Doug Ford likes to try to placate Donald Trump in so many ways, but he can't directly because, again, the whole Canadian national pride thing and something that he's riding the coattails of, because in that debate for the Northern Ontario debate, which we didn't go over, but I could probably do a fun little word search of the word tariff in it, and he would make everything into tariffs at some point. He's just using it as a way to win this election, and unfortunately, it stands a good chance of working. And so here he's like, it's been 5 days already, and the Trudeau government needs to name a fentanyl czar now. 5 days, huh? 5 days.
My question again to Prime Minister Trudeau, where is the fentanyl czar? It's been now 5 days, I believe, and time is running out. We can't be waiting till the last minute. Please appoint a fentanyl czar. Start showing the Americans what we are doing. Show the Trump administration that we have helicopters and fixed wing aircraft and boots on the ground and boats in the water and ATVs up and down. That's what Ontario is doing. But we need to see action from the federal government.
I like the idea of like ATVs right in the line of the border, like, we're looking out for them, eh? But it's like, it's been 5 days and Trudeau still hasn't solved this problem that doesn't exist. Meanwhile, it's been 7 years with Doug Ford in power, and how many things has he not done? How many of his promises has he not done? Like, believe it or not, it might actually take longer than 5 days to find somebody for a role that was just made up to placate a dictator baby. Could take longer than 5 days. Meanwhile, 7 years and so many people without family doctors, so many housing metrics that haven't been met, like all these other things that he hasn't done in 7 years, but he expects the Prime Minister to have this fictional role filled within 5 days. The Wild West, thank you so much for the $1.49 and the unicorn sticker. You know I like unicorns. Thank you. And here we have a message from CUPE. It's one of Ontario's largest unions. Doug Ford's not defending Ontario. He's selling it off. So here we have Doug Ford saying, protect Ontario. I'm here for you. I'm going to do all this good thing for Ontario. And then QP is like, no, he's bad. He's doing all the bad things.
Hi all, Fred here from CUPE. Doug Ford and the Conservatives want us to believe that they're going to defend our province, but they're the ones who've been selling it off piece by piece. Remember Service Ontario? To Staples, an American firm, or the $1.9 billion it cost us to liberalize alcohol sales. And of course, they're building private clinics, many financed by U.S. corporations in our province for the first time in our history. These are not the people to defend Ontario. We can defend Ontario when we work together to fire Doug Ford and vote the Conservatives out of office.
Boom. Yeah. Now, this next tweet I'm going to show you set off a firestorm online. So many tweets about this that I came across, so much rage and indignation and everything. And this is actually a very nuanced conversation. And I'm going to say it right now, Richard Southern did a piss poor job of framing. Oh my God, it's almost disqualifying how he framed all of this. So here he has Doug Ford asked about doubling ODSP. And then he has in quotes, healthy young people that are sitting on the couch watching Flintstones. They should be out there. They should be working. And this set off a firestorm of all these people saying people on disabilities, you know, they're on disability because they can't work and all this sort of stuff. And Doug Ford is an asshole in this situation, but for a lot of other reasons. But the thing that Richard neglected to mention in this was he didn't answer this question and immediately deflected to Ontario Works. When he's talking about the healthy young people sitting on the couch watching Flintstones, Doug Ford is talking about the people on Ontario Works. Now, there's all these other issues around that, but this just was framed so poorly. And I hate when that happens because then we're not fighting the real issue. Because there are a lot of real issues around what Doug Ford said, how he said it, how he deflected, how he didn't bother to answer the question, and how he's framing people on Ontario Works. And the reality is, well, I'll talk about it a bit more, but, you know, a lot of people are on Ontario Works because they can't get on to disability because of people like Doug Ford. But to frame it like this and set off this firestorm is not helpful. It's not helpful because then we're not mad at the actual issues. We're just mad at this framing here. And then people getting all outraged when there's legitimate, valid reasons to be outraged with what Doug Ford said. But here, the way that this reporter framed this is he's framing it that Doug Ford said people on disability are healthy and sitting at home and watching the Flintstones. And to me, that is so wrong with how he framed that question, because a lot of people, they just read the tweet. They didn't even watch the video. Because if you watch the video, you might then also know that he didn't answer the question and he deflected. And I get pissed off when I see that sort of framing because it's insincere, it's not genuine, and there are so many issues to be mad at with it. So I had to go and track down the original source because I wanted to actually hear the question and hear the full response so that we can actually have the conversation that is needed and deserving of this moment. $22.30. So we go to about here.
Province are protected. That's why we have more endorsements than we have dates to announce these endorsements. I'm forever grateful for the working people of this province, and I'll always have their backs.
Hi, Mr. Ford. Jack Howen from the Trillium.
Hi, how you doing, Jack?
Good, thanks. How you doing?
Good.
All the other party leaders have committed to doubling ODSP rates. Your team pegged the cost at $21 billion over 3 years. and called it unrealistic. Surely that's far less than the tunnel you're announcing today. Is it unrealistic, or is it just a matter of priorities?
That is a great question. That is what should have been the focus, was that question, because I mentioned it when I was doing the debate coverage stuff, but like here he is, Doug Ford, wanting to spend, it will be north of $100 billion on a stupid tunnel that won't save any lives. But by doubling the rate of ODSP, you are saving lives. You are improving the quality of lives. And that's what this question was about, was doubling the rates of disabilities and calling Doug Ford out on the fact that he said it's unrealistic to, double the rates because of how much it will cost. Meanwhile, he's spending billions of dollars on a tunnel. Or how about the 100 million or so, or was it a billion? A billion on getting liquor into convenience stores a year early. Like all this wasteful spending that doesn't improve people's lives. Meanwhile, there is something that he can do right now that would drastically improve the lives of so many people in this province. And it would lead to less people being unhoused because they could afford to live in an apartment. They could afford to live on their own. But no, he doesn't even answer that fucking question. Instead, he deflects to Ontario Works. Let's hear his response to that very good question from the reporter from Trillium.
Well, the way you take care of people on ODSP is the economy. Protect the economy, create jobs, more income coming into the provincial coffers. We've seen
Sorry, how does that work? A good economy will help people on ODSP how? He didn't say anything about doubling it. He didn't say anything about funding it more. He's just like, no, good economy. That's what we need.
The numbers came out. Even in these tough economic times, Ontario gained 39,000 jobs, 14,000 manufacturing jobs this month alone. Last month, another 24,000 jobs. We're going to create the climate and the conditions to create more jobs, create more income up to the coffers so we can take care of people on ODSP. We gave them a 5%.
Yeah, this isn't an issue. You don't need the strong economy to make that fucking tunnel. You're just doing it. Or how about all the hundreds of millions in wasteful spending on the stupid science center being moved and that Therma Spa being built in Ontario Place? What about all that? You don't need a strong economy for that. But suddenly you need a strong economy in order to get people who are relying on disability out of dire poverty, out of life-threatening situations. Suddenly, oh, well, we need a good economy for that, but not for all these other little side projects that I'm making that will help benefit all my rich buddies. No, we don't need a strong economy for that. But for the actual quality of people's lives, suddenly, no, we can't just do that. We need something else. We need to have the strong economy first because, otherwise we can't fund it. But all these other projects that I'm doing, we can absolutely fucking fund those because, my rich buddies benefit from that, but I don't benefit personally from people on disability not starving on the streets.
Increase, then we did it based on the rate of inflation. I want to help these people.
Also, that stupid, I'll have to back up. The 5% increase was after a couple of years of not increasing it and then fixing it to the rate of inflation, which is not actually the rate of the real inflation.
The climate and the conditions to create more jobs, create more income up to the coffers so we can take care of people on ODSP. We gave them a 5% increase, then
5% increase. Aren't that so holy and great? 5%. When you live in dire poverty and the rates that you're giving are, 40%, 60% below the poverty line, and you raise that 5%, you're still 55%, 35%, somewhere around there, below the fucking poverty line. All we're asking is to be brought up to the poverty line. That's it. We're not asking to live in luxury. We just want to live at the fucking poverty line. But he feels like he should take credit for raising it a whole 5% when all the other parties were saying they would double it and are currently saying that they will double it. But he does not say that. He's just tied it to inflation and he's brushed his hands of it and he's not going to touch it anymore.
We did it based on the rate of inflation. I want to help these people. Do you know what I don't like? And I have no problem taking care of people for a little while on Ontario Works. Healthy young people.
So there he just immediately pivoted to Ontario Works. So he's not talking about ODSP anymore. No, because he doesn't have, ground to stand on with that because he knows that policy is cruel and that people are suffering. No. So he immediately pivots over to Ontario Works. And again, I want to reiterate that a lot of people who are on Ontario Works are there because they can't get on to disability and they should be on disability. But no. He's just like, oh yeah, Ontario Works, all these healthy people that are there. Well, if the economy was so great and there were so many jobs available, then what, the thing is that it's so fucking hard to get a job these days. It's not easy. You need so many requirements. You need to be able to apply online. If you can't, then, oh well, you don't really get a job these days. It's so hard to find a job that actually pays a livable wage. Like, there's so many barriers put in place. And then once you're unemployed for any stretch of time, trying to get employed again is so much more difficult. And then people who become unhoused, it is virtually impossible to get a job if you're unhoused. No one will hire you if you are unhoused.
Do you know what I don't like? And I have no problem taking care of people for a little while on Ontario Works. Healthy young people that are sitting on the couch watching the Flintstones. They should be out there.
Okay. What young person is sitting at home watching the Flintstones? What young person knows what the Flintstones is other than a box of cereal? What the fuck? He could have said so many more things that would have actually made sense, like sitting at home on social media. But he said the Flintstones? That's because he's not talking to the people, to the youth. He's talking to all the old people to make them hate the youth, to make them think that all these young people are just living off the system, living great. Ontario Works pays far less than disability. It's only about $733 a month. No one can live off of that by choice. No one does, because it's virtually impossible to have any quality of life and live off of $733 a month. That doesn't pay for shit. Nobody is there by choice. No one. And to suddenly demonize them and make them sound like that they're just leeching off of the system, there are far more people that need to get onto these systems that are denied access than there are these mythical people that are living high off of it and taking advantage of the situation. So many people in the comments were on about like, well, there is some fraud going on. And that is just bullshit. Okay, no one would go out of their way and commit fraud in order to live in such dire poverty you can't survive. Like, no one is there by choice. It doesn't grant you a good quality of life. If you somehow are getting $733 and you're making it by, like, I don't know how you're living. I really don't. But to claim that people are just sitting at home lazy, living the high life off of that pittance. But the thing is that when they talk about these things, when they talk about these people living off the system, they're not mentioning the rates. They're not telling the people how much people on Ontario Works and Disability actually get. Because if they mentioned it, that would erase that myth instantly because everyone knows you can't survive on that. You can't. And it's just a bunch of bullshit to be demonizing people on Ontario Works by accusing them of sitting around and watching the fucking Flintstones.
They should be working. There's still 200,000 jobs available here in Ontario. We can't afford that. Everyone should be out there when they have a chance. Apply. Now, if they go through rough times for a little bit, I get that. Not a problem. But there's people that have been on Ontario Works, welfare, healthy people for their whole lives. Well, these...
No, there hasn't. No, there hasn't. If there is somebody who's been on Ontario Works their whole life, it's because they need to go on disability and they're being denied. Nobody wants to live off of fucking $733 a month. No one. You're not there by choice.
Hardworking people are paying for them to sit on the couch and watch the Flintstones or the soap operas or whatever they're watching. That has to end because...
And he points to these people and be like, you should be mad at those people who can't get a job. You should be mad at them. They're the problem. We're not the problem of paying them so little they can't survive. They're the problem sitting at home watching the Flintstones. Because that's a thing. That's what the youth do these days. That's what the cool kids do. They watch the Flintstones. Because they all know what that means.
People behind me and everyone around Ontario is sick and tired of working hard, paying their taxes, and watching people not pay and take from the system. And we've created that climate and the conditions because the previous government chased 300,000 jobs out of our province because of high red tape, regulations,
And we don't need to go over any more of that. It's so annoying the way that question was, the way that tweet was framed, and how all of this was missed, and how there wasn't actually any conversation about this going on. It is such bullshit from that reporter, and it's such bullshit from the people and the way that they're responding. Because, like, here we have, I have no shade toward this person who says, hey, parents, this morning Ford Nation told you your kids with disability, visible, invisible. He refuses to support them because they said they sit at home all day watching Flintstones. And if you read this tweet, I totally understand why you would say that. This reporter did a piss poor job with the framing of this tweet. And I just went on several rants as to where the actual issues are, and none of that got addressed because now people are mad at Doug Ford for implying that people on disabilities are somehow healthy and sitting at home watching the Flintstones. No one who is healthy and able-bodied and able-minded is on disability. It is fucking hard to get onto that program. And like I said, a lot of people who need to get onto that program can't. And those are the people who are stuck on Ontario Works for years and years on end. But the thing is that Doug Ford absolutely does hate people who live with disabilities. He hates them. And there's so much that could have been said about how he has treated people with disabilities, what he has said about people with disabilities, things like this. Autism complainant. Who the hell does Ford think he is? Huh? What's going on here? Granted, this article is from a little while ago, but reality is, thing hasn't changed because autism funding under Doug Ford has gone to shit, and so many autistic kids that need the help that they're not getting it anymore. The programs don't exist anymore. Because what he did was he just made a flat rate for a child with autism, that they get this flat rate amount, as opposed to it being a sliding scale depending on what kind of autism a child has, what kind of help and programming they need. Because some need less, some need more. But instead you get a flat rate, so all those kids that need more aren't getting it. So let's go back a little bit in time and see what Doug Ford had to say. Tommy Lethian is a 68-year-old grandfather of a 26-year-old with autism, complainant with the city's integrity commissioner, and according to Councillor Doug Ford, so this is when he was a councillor, in Toronto, against whom he filed the complaint, a jihadist. So let me just... Yeah. So let me repeat this. Tommy Lithian is 68-year-old grandfather, father of a 26-year-old with autism. Complaint with the city's integrity commissioner, and according to Councillor Doug Ford, is a jihadist. Because that's who he filed the complaint against. And Doug Ford called him a jihadist. He can go to hell. I don't even care, Ford told the Toronto Sun, after Lithian called on him to apologize and step down in the wake of comments Ford made denigrating autistic youth. It's a full-out jihad against us right now, Ford told the newspaper, referring to the complainant, as well as freedom of information requests focused on him and his brother, Mayor Rob Ford. Who the hell does he think he is? Lithian asked in an interview Friday. Lithian filed a complaint with the Integrity Commissioner this week regarding the councillor's comments about the Griffin Centre in Etobicoke, a home for developmentally disabled youth. Ford was quoted in a Etobicoke Guardian in May saying the centre ruined the community. Lithian has a 26-year-old autistic son and took exception to the councillor's comments. He'd asked for Ford to undergo sensitivity training, apologize, and resign. Now he wants him thrown out of office. I got his reply this morning. He told me to go to hell, Lithian said. He's not just telling me to go to hell. He's telling every parent with an autistic child to go to hell. He's telling the process at City Hall with the Integrity Commissioner. He's telling her to go to hell. That's who Doug Ford is. There are so many things that you could have attacked Ford on, but instead, that reporter made that tweet and framed it so poorly that we're not mad at what we should be mad at. And there's so many legitimate things that we could be mad at. It just, the whole thing pisses me off. Like, obviously you can tell this riles me up because, again, as someone who lives with disabilities, I can tell you this was not a choice. I did not choose to be like this. I did not choose to have my life turn to shit. I had dreams and aspirations when I was younger. I wanted to live independently, not have to be reliant on some system. I did not choose to be in this constant state of stress of never knowing, like, if I'm going to get my next disability payment, if something's going to happen to my rent, if something happens to the contract, the fact that I can't afford anywhere to live, this constant stress, the fact that I can't pay for luxuries, I get a fucking flat tire and that's going to put me out for quite some time. You know, I don't have a life. You know, I can't go out there and be social with people. I do have friends, and some friends that I care for dearly, and it's a very small and often shrinking group. You know, I've been single the vast majority of my life. Yesterday was Valentine's. I have only spent 2 Valentines in my entire life in a relationship. This wasn't the life I chose. It was the life I have. And for Doug Ford and so many people to sit around and act like this was some sort of choice that we chose to be in this situation, that we're just living high off the system, is such goddamn bullshit that has been coming from his mouth for over a decade. Doug Ford is trash. He's the trash that we need to get cleaned off of the streets. He's the problem. He's the reason why so many people are suffering right now. He needs to be voted out of office. For the sake of so many people, so many people's lives will be saved if we have any other party in power in this next election. So, let's get back to some of this. So a little bit more from Mike Schreiner here. He's replying to a TVO Today article, Has Doug Ford been good for Ontario's economy? And Mike Schreiner quote tweeting saying, short answer, no. This article spells it out. After 7 years of Doug Ford, the unemployment rate is significantly higher than when Ford took office. Ontario families are having an increasingly difficult time affording home. Average rent in Ontario has soared to $1,666 per month, and up dramatically from $1,200 in 2018, and outpacing income growth. Despite greater spending, Ontarians are getting a little bit less built for their tax dollars. And this is the article that he's talking about. I'm not going to read the whole thing again. I'll toss it in the Sandbox. It is worth a read. And Mike Schreiner, he frames the article not necessarily in the best of ways, because this article does attempt to both sides thing and be like, well, Doug Ford has done some good things and whatnot. But just a couple of things in here. The bottom line is that the economy has grown under Ford according to the most common metrics, but not in a way that has felt particularly prosperous for many Ontarians. Let's work through those indicators. Real GDP has risen approximately 11% from mid-2018 to the third quarter of 2024. However, the pace of progress falls well short of the McGuinty-Wynne Liberals or the Harris-Eves Tories years. Ford's tenure marked the slowest economic growth period of any Ontario government in record, even that of the recession-battered Ray NDP government. This is thanks to those extraordinary global and domestic challenges, talking about COVID and Donald Trump. More concerning is the per capita picture. Real GDP per capita is lower than in 2018, a rare outcome over such a long period. Every previous government, NDP, Progressive Conservative, or Liberal, presided over per capita GDP gains. The province's rapid population growth, particularly in the past 2 years, has outpaced economic expansion, leading to a sense of stagnation. There are lots of new jobs. More than 1 million net new jobs have been added since Ford took office, a figure comparable to the Harris-Eves era. However, the province's working age population has grown by 1.8 million over the same period, and the labor force has expanded by 1.3 million. As a result, there are 232,000 more unemployed Ontarians than there were in June of 2018 when Ford first took office. The unemployment rate is significantly higher than when Ford took office, the highest excluding COVID-19 period since mid-2014. Again, there are positive trends, but pain in many of the province's households. So feel free to read the rest of the article. It is worth going over. And here we have a problem. So this is from Polling Canada. And again, I despise all these polls, especially so close to an election, because it can give a false sense of security or it can give a sense of hopelessness. Ontario, do you feel Ontario is on the right or wrong track? 60% say wrong, 17% say right track, 24% say unsure. And Christo Avalos is retweeting it, saying polls be like, is Ontario being engulfed by massive shitstorm under the current government? 90% say yes, 10% say no. Who are you voting for? PC, 50%. The thing is that a lot of the people who don't like Doug Ford, a lot of the people who think this province is on the wrong track, they're not going to fucking vote. They're going to keep their ass home. You see, I do vote shame. And I don't vote shame against, people who have been hoodwinked. The people who have been sold the lies of the conservative governments who actually believe that it's somehow going to improve their lives. There are the absolute people who are racist and phobic of sorts and who just want to see people suffer, who vote conservatives. Those people I vote shame as well. But there's a lot of people who are just victims of the system and are desperate for change and somehow have been convinced that the conservatives are the answer. I don't vote shame them. I vote shame the people who just sit at home, who complain about all these issues and do shit all to change it. You know, I hear them. I went to a doctor's office not too long ago, and they're all complaining about the politics. But the fact that, you know, it took them so long to get those appointments in those doctor offices that we were sitting in, you know, there's something that could be done about it, and it just requires them to go out and vote. So many people feel like their lives are going to shit, and they are. And there is a very, very simple solution, and that is to get out and vote. Any other party than the Conservative Party would be a drastic improvement on how our day-to-day lives are going. The amount of social murder Doug Ford is responsible for is staggering. There would be people alive today who aren't because of the Ford government. But so many people just sit at home. And we need more of this. So this is Natasha Doyle Merrick. I recognize the race in Eglinton Lawrence is clear two-party contest between Liberals and Conservatives. To prevent a Conservative win and more years of neglect, I'm stepping aside to avoid a vote split. Please read my statement below. And I will just put this up on screen for people to read. I'm not going to go through the whole thing because it's a rather long statement. But we need more politicians to do this. If they're in a riding and they know that their vote split will be the reason a Conservative gets in, they need to step aside. Shockingly, though, Liberals are totally against this idea. And I'm saying shockingly. Hopefully you can read the sarcasm in that, because the Liberals are the least likely to do that as well. Because they'd much rather a Conservative government in than an NDP government in. And that was proven to be true when Kathleen Wynne endorsed Doug Ford, when she basically said, yep, the Liberals stand no chance of winning. You might as well vote Conservative. The NDP might have actually won that had she endorsed the NDP. But we need far more of that. And if you go back to my interview that I had with Brooklyn Wallace yesterday, I did not ask her about this because this came out after I had recorded that interview with her. I might have said something, but I also feel like even though the incumbent in Kitchener Centre is a Green Party member right now, the one before that was an NDP member. I'm not entirely sure I don't know who stands the better chance of winning. Or if a vote split in that riding would mean a Conservative win. Because if you watch the interview, Brooklyn also said that the likelihood of the Conservative winning, even if there was an even vote split between the Liberals, the Greens, the NDP, and the New Blue, which is the ultra-right wing, even if there was an even split between all of them, chances are the Conservatives still wouldn't win because of how poorly they performed in the last by-election. So Brooklyn stepping aside probably won't make any difference in that riding. But for the ridings where it would make a concrete difference, this needs to happen. For the sake of so many people in this province, this needs to happen. But here we have the Ontario NDP tweeting this out. The Ontario Liberals invented hallway health care. Now that is true, but why are you going after the Liberals when you have the Conservatives? You need to be focusing on them. Don't focus on the Liberals. I don't give a shit about the Liberals at this point. Go after Doug Ford. He's the one in power right now. He's the one that's probably going to gain that power again. You need to be going after him. You know, the Liberals, as I'm about to show you, are doing a good enough job of not making it anyway, of being horrible. You need to be focusing on Doug Ford. Don't waste your limited resources going after the Liberals. So they said their achievements, 1.8 million without a family doctor, 5,000 500 nurses cut, the longest hospital wait times and lowest per capita health spending in Canada. But somehow the current Liberal leader thinks Wynn's Liberals invested too much in healthcare. The Liberals' healthcare is broken. We can fix it. I am fine if you mention all of this as an addendum in addition to also calling out Doug Ford. Calling out Doug Ford should be the priority, and then mention this as well. And say, well, the Liberals don't present you with any better option. That is the order of operation in that. It shouldn't be, here is a tweet solely towards the Liberal Party. You have limited resources and a limited amount of time. Use it wisely. This is not using it wisely. Now, the Liberals probably going to do a decent enough job of not winning because of their leader is horrible, because we saw a little bit of snippet of that debate, and she is definitely, I'm calling the manager type, and her body language is just so, this is wow. You're probably reading it on the screen right now, but you still don't understand how bad this actually sounds. You're not prepared for how bad this actually sounds.
Happy to challenge him anytime on his turf or on mine, and my turf's the gym. So if he wants to come at me, and we'll have a competition in the gym, and maybe we'll do push-ups. What do you think?
I think you shouldn't have said that.
Anytime on his turf or on mine, and my turf's the gym. So if he wants to come at me, and we'll have a competition in the gym, and maybe we'll do push-ups. What do you think?
Suggesting a push-up competition? And David Dole from the Rational National just saying it's a crime that Nate Eskren Smith didn't win the leadership race. Now voters are stuck with whatever this is. And yeah, both her and Merritt Stiles have a hard time just acting normal to a crowd, to just being personable. And when they do something like this, it's like it's programmed into them. If I say this might make me seem a little bit more personal. It's like they're overdoing it so much. So much. The delivery is so fake. It's so performative. This was pre-planned. No doubt this comment was written down somewhere. Like somebody said, this would be a funny joke if you told this. Come on, no one buys this bullshit. No one. I just want to show this graph again. Shown it before. This gray section, 57% did not vote in the last election. Only 18% of possible votes went to the Conservatives. 82%, if I'm doing my math right, did not vote for Doug Ford. And we got stuck with him. Also, first past the post. If you do the math here, which is easier to do, we got 10, 10, and 5% for the other parties. That's 25% in total. Doug Ford, with his 18%, still got a majority. This is not a functional democracy in the sense that people think of a democracy. Yes, it's a democracy. Yes, we still do votes and all that sort of stuff. One person, one vote, blah, blah, blah. But this is not representative of what the people want. But here, Ontario snap election. Could Ontario's snap election break records for low voter turnout? So the last one broke a record. This one stands to break a record yet again. When Progressive Conservative leader Doug Ford called a snap election at the end of January, citing the threat of tariffs from the United States, his political opponent cried foul. Ontario Liberal leader Bonnie Crombie, NDP leader Merritt Stiles, and the Greens' Mike Schreiner all said the call was a selfish decision to press home a political advantage and win another 4 years as premier. Absolutely true, it was. The early election called is a gamble. Another Progressive Conservative leader was rewarded for just a couple months earlier in Nova Scotia. I always had the feeling that Tim Houston took Doug Ford's idea of going for an early election. It's just that Houston did it first for different reasons. Laurie Turnbull, a professor with the Dalhousie University Faculty Management, told Global News. I think they face very similar political circumstances in the sense that the Liberals and NDP are alive and well in both provinces, but not anywhere near alive and well enough to actually be a competition for the Conservatives. The result in Nova Scotia was an increased progressive Conservative majority and a particularly stinging loss for the Liberals. Voter turnout also hit a record low. Data from Elections Nova Scotia found that roughly 45% of people voted in the November snap poll election in the East Coast, down 10% from 2021. The result was the first time turnout had dipped below 50% in the Maritime province and the lowest ever turnout. In Ontario, voter engagement has already measured at lower than just 44% of registered voters turnout in June of 2022 for the scheduled summer election. The timing Nova Scotia election appeared to play a part in the disengagement. Okay, we don't need to go through much more of this because basically, yes, this election, we're going to have massively low turnout for a couple of reasons. One, it was a snap election, so people aren't expecting it. It's in February, a month where a lot of people are going on vacation out of the country, out of the province. And when it's a snap election, you don't necessarily have your ducks in a row in order to go and vote in an advance poll or anything of that sort. Also, we're being hammered by a bunch of winter storms right now, like in my area. So do you know what you're not seeing? Signs. Normally, I get fed up with how many signs I see on the roads and lawns and stuff of all the candidates in the ridings. You're not seeing that right now because they're literally covered in the fucking snow. So people aren't being reminded that there's an election right now. And it's shocking, and we don't see it because we're in our bubble. If you're watching my channel, chances are you're a little bit more politically engaged than the average person. I guarantee you there are people in Ontario who are so unplugged, they're not really aware that an election is going on right now. Because they weren't expecting it and they have too many other priorities and they don't sit around and watch the news. So there's no real reminders. This was such short notice for all the other candidates that there was none of the preamble. So a lot of them, when the snap election was called, there were a lot of ridings without a candidate. So in a matter of just a few days, they had to go through the processes of getting a candidate, then get all the signs, get them made, get them ordered, get them printed, get them sent out, do all the phoning of people of like, where can we put these and stuff. So you're not seeing it out. It's winter with snow piling up all over the place. So you don't even see the signs. As far as I'm concerned, if voter turnout is below 40%, and it wouldn't actually surprise me if it is, this election should be null and void and all the leaders need to step down and it needs to be redone. Because if you can't get over 40% turnout, then that is an indictment of the system. It's an indictment of all the leaders. And that to me should mean that it's not a legitimate election. If you can't get 40% of the voters out, and I'm actually thinking it's going to be below 40% turnout for this election. What do you think, Lanier? Do you think? I think it is going to be that bad. It's actually in my brain that it will be that bad. And as far as I'm concerned, then it shouldn't be legitimate. And it means that everyone who's in charge will have to step down. Mike Schreiner might get a pass because there's only 2 Green members in Parliament. In Queen's Park right now. So, but yeah, I really do feel if it's that low because right now, as is, Doug Ford is going to win, despite how much I've just said. I'm going to be focusing on making a video about all the horrible things, not all of them, but a whole bunch of the horrible things that he has done over the years to make it into a video. But as I was mentioning with the people who are upset that I had Brooklyn Wallace on, but not the Green candidate, for the incumbent Green candidate on, my channel ain't swaying any ridings. Not yet. Maybe someday. Not there right now. So even with the video that I plan on making about Doug Ford, it's not going to have an impact on the election. It's not going to have an impact on any given riding. But, maybe the day will come that something like that will get used. Maybe I will win the lottery and that video will go insanely viral and knock it out of and just totally blow my mind and actually swing a few ridings. Who knows? Won't know unless I do it. But it's just, I do have a very sad sinking feeling that he's going to get reelected with even a larger majority. And I know some people say, oh, you shouldn't do that, it's going to subdue people from going out and voting in the first place. And I say, no, go out and vote. And I endorse the ABC candidate. That is anyone but conservative. If you think the Liberals stand a better chance of winning, vote the Liberal. If you think the NDP is going to stand a better chance of winning, vote the NDP. That is my endorsement, ABC. And I will go out and vote, even though I have issues with the incumbent, well, not the incumbent herself, but the party. But I have issues with all the parties, so that's not exactly shocking. But it's important. I want people right now to go out and get to know your riding associations. So those are the people who are like the volunteer bases of the candidates. So there's like an NDP riding association, there's the Liberal riding association, Green association. Get involved with them now, because they are a great way to network, to find like-minded people, and they are the people you can organize with, and we're going to need a lot of it. Like right now, basically, we are standing on the shore. The ground has shook. We're standing on the shore of the coast, and we can see the water is receding. We know the tsunami is coming. There is nothing we can do to stop it. There is nothing I can do right now that will stop Doug Ford from getting into office again. But what we can do in the meantime, before that wave hits, is prepare. Learn to swim. Find higher ground. So right now, it's about making the signs, networking, organizing, so that when he gets back into power on day one, we are ready to hit the streets. We are ready to protest. We are ready to get the unions to go on to strike. That's what we need to do now. We are ready to support each other through mutual aid, to encourage people to just be there. Because again, like I said, so many people are dead right now that would have been alive had any other government been in. We need to support the vulnerable people in this community, so, they stand a better chance of making it to the next election. But we need to do everything we can to organize, to gather our forces, to make sure to minimize the damage he will do. And I'm so sick of these people, and I'm vote-shaming them, that say, I'm just so sick of politics and I don't want to be engaged anymore. Well, fuck all of you. Fuck everyone who says that. Because in an election, you are stuck with the options you have. When the election is called, the candidates are there, you vote for the least worst option. The rest of the time, you need to be working your ass off to make sure that when the next election happens, there's actually a candidate on the ballot that you're enthusiastic about, that you want to vote for. You need to do the work in between. You can't just plug into politics once every 4 years or less than 4 years, should they decide to call a snap election, and plug in long enough to hear a couple catchphrases and vote based on that. Politics affects you every day of your life. You need to be engaged with it every day of your life if you want to have any concrete change in it. So a tool out there that can help for people in Ontario, stop vote splitting. And it's about smart voting. And again, it's about finding out who your riding is, finding out who the stronger possibility to win is. I know in my riding, so I will be voting for the candidate, the incumbent, because they stand a good chance of winning re-election. So that's who I'm voting for, against the Conservative. But this is what people in Ontario need to be doing. So again, there's a debate Monday night. I'm going to try to cover it live. I'd love to find somebody else to cover it with me. So if you are somebody watching this who has been on my show before, please reach out if you're interested in helping me cover it. It's just that it is at 6:30 in the evening. So a lot of people I know, especially if they're in like a later time zone, they'll still be at work and it is short notice. But I think it'd be more fun to cover that debate with someone. So that's all my news that I had scheduled for today. So that means we get to go to the Sandbox. And I have a very adorable cat on my lap. This guy is such a snuggle bug. Aren't you? Aren't you? Come on. Come on. People want to see your cute, adorable face. Oh. Come on, Lanier. Don't know if you can hear him purring. Oh. This cat's favorite place to sleep is on me. Luckily, he's not as heavy as Abernathy, so I can hold out longer with him on my lap. Okay. So I've scrolled up as high as I can go. Super Strike 9, the massive less than 1% of fentanyl that comes from Canada to America, LOL. Yeah. All these threats of tariffs and stuff. And it's like, we already have a very secure border with the United States. It's just, everything about what Donald Trump is doing is just so infuriating. It's so unnecessary. PB. Doug Ford reminds me of Eric Adams, the NYC mayor, total crook. As I've said, and I think somebody mentioned it in the Sandbox, I don't think there has been a more corrupt politician, like other than maybe Donald Trump, in North America than Doug Ford. Like just scandal after scandal after scandal. Like knowingly corrupt, let's put it that way. I don't think there's been more of a knowingly corrupt politician than Doug Ford. And this goes way back to his time on city council as well. Grand Theft Autobot, people on disability need to work. Where for the mines? Are you replying to the tweet without listening to the rest? I know. And the thing is that, you know, Justin Trudeau has actually said that one of his goals was to get people on disability back to work. You know, so it's not like that type of thing hasn't been said. And I'm pretty sure Doug Ford has even said about trying to get people on disability back to work. But it was just the fact that he totally did not answer that question and deflected. And yeah. So like, even though I'm burnt out and I'm not clipping a lot of things right now, because like I said, I'm burnt out. And, you know, Jet, who's in here, who is helping me edit the videos, still, I don't have the energy because I still need to review it at the ends, do the thumbnail, do the titling and stuff. I just don't have the energy to do that with everything I'm working on right now. But I will be clipping that segment. That one will be clipped and probably put up sometime tomorrow, although I have a lot on my plate tomorrow. So I'm not clipping as many videos as I would like right now. Basically, after the election and after my TYT video, I hope to be getting back into doing a lot more clipping and stuff, leaning on Jet a little bit more to help with the editing and whatnot, to get more clips out there and getting back into that flow. But until then, I'm burnt out with all the stuff that I'm trying to do, because I also have my book that I'm trying to update and stuff. A large part of my day tomorrow will be trying to re-upload it to Amazon, and make it available as a paperback. But I'm unsure if I can just completely replace what I have, because that's basically what I need to do at this point, or if I need to make a new link in a new book. But hopefully my friend and I can figure it out tomorrow. But I'm super excited about it. I made some edits to the book so that I can serialize it if I want. And of course, now that I've put that bug in my brain about serializing it, I'm thinking about it all the time. I'm going back into that world and thinking about like, okay, so where do we pick up from the end of the book? And it will be different because my book, I'm talking about it, I might as well put this, and I need to change the cover. So I've already changed the cover. I need to upload it to Amazon with the new cover. And then I need to change all these little icons to the new cover. But this book was done in first person, but the serialized books won't be in first person. They'll be done in third person. That way I have more flexibility as to, you know, what character's perspective you're seeing it from and whatnot. And I actually prefer to write it in that style. But for some reason, this story, when I first thought about it, it resonated in first person to write it that way, to really build the world that it's in and whatnot. But I'm super looking forward to getting it available in paperback because I know a lot more of you said you would buy it if it's available in paperback. But also I need to get that done before my TYT video is done because I am going to be joking about, you know, my book in reference to all the times Jank refers to his book. Jet, who the fuck is even airing Flintstone in 2025? I know. Super Strike 9, Ontario Works is a great program. As a stopgap to make sure that people don't go unhoused because, you know, again, you can't survive off of it, but, you know, if it keeps you afloat long enough to get another job, yeah, that's what it's designed for too. And it's super important. And unfortunately, a lot of people have to rely on Ontario Works because they can't get onto disability. And they should be. The Wild West discussing like the ones taking away women's rights at the moment they are definitely not Palestinian. Oh, that's part of a conversation going on, I guess. Obsessive Audio, remember the first things Ford did when he was first elected, cutting the UBI pilot programs. Yep, I'll be mentioning that. So basically the video that I have in mind about making about Doug Ford is like, Ontario has 99 problems and Ford is all of them. And I'm just going to be listing all of the things, not going into detail, but showing an article, a news article that people can go to learn more about any particular thing that I mention. So even things like, remember the time when Doug Ford gave more to horses than he did to people living with disabilities during COVID? Again, Doug Ford hates people living on who rely on disability. So it will be a video. I will actually try to get 99 things, and I'm sure they all exist. And then that won't even be an extensive list. And then just have a video where I'm just going over all of them with the articles flashing on screen for people to read. Super Strike 9, how about giving $100 million in taxpayer money forward to your buddy Elon? That's the Starlink issue. $100 million to Starlink when if people were to buy it out of pocket, it'd be a fraction of that price. Jet, the idea that disabled people live some kind of freeloading party life is so fucking twisted and needs to be outright rejected instead of entertained. Hello to more from the 5. Man, Rogers are really trying to outdo Bella in their covering for Doug Ford in their cons department. They also just fired Sid. I don't know how to say that name, from Breakfast TV, one of the few people on telly who criticized the man. Yeah, I heard something about that earlier. David Dole covered it actually. So David Dole has been doing a bunch of great videos about the election because he also lives in Ontario. So everyone go check out The Rational and National and his videos. They're super informative and very detailed. And he talked about that. I don't know if he talked about that in the videos or if it was just in the tweets, because I followed the tweets as well. The Wild West. Is this why there's a lineup around the block for 2 positions at Loblaws, Doug? Talking about getting a job? Yeah. It's so hard to actually get a job unless you know someone. It is so hard to just get a job these days. Like, I can't because I don't have a college diploma. I've been to college, I got a certificate, and I was definitely smart enough. I could have passed it, but, you know, life choices back then, mental health issues, I didn't get a diploma. And since you have to apply online for the vast majority of positions these days, I can't check off that box of having a college diploma. So my resume gets filtered out before anyone even sees it with their own eyeballs. Super Strike 9, all I can do is vote Liberal against the bastards as they have the best chance beating him. Encourage everyone to know the vote the Conservatives out of power. Yeah. Like, I don't endorse the Liberals, but if they can beat him in your riding, vote. Vote for the Liberals. And I also don't really endorse the NDP. They're better than the Liberals. But, you know, they still have their own issues. Pretty much the only candidate I endorse is Sarah Jama, and she's an independent. Like, even though I had Brooklyn Wallace on my channel yesterday, go watch the video. And I said, good luck in your career. And I mean that as in, no matter what she does in the future, I wish her luck because, you know, it'd be great to see her as an MPP. But if she doesn't make it there, she is talented and, you know, a fighter. And she's great in so many areas that, you know, I wish her success and no matter what she does, because it will be a benefit to the community as a whole, no matter what she chooses to do. So if she becomes an MPP, I'm sure she'll be a fantastic MPP. But if she doesn't, you know, no matter what she chooses to do next, will be of benefit to the community, just given who she is. Grand Theft Autobot, that's such a gross misrepresentation of Ontario Works recipients. In my day sitting around at home all day, smoking weed. And the vast majority of people who are on Ontario Works for short periods of time, they're on it for short periods of time because they're busy looking for a job because they know they can't rely on it. You know, they're not sitting at home doing nothing. They are working. Like, they are working looking for a job. It is actually, it turns into a job looking for a job. Super Strike 9 says to me, exactly. I'm not sure about what it was, but I just assume everything. Obsessive audio, the dehumanization is unacceptable, unforgivable. The Wild West, the fraud is at the top. The fraud is stealing people's social security right now. Yeah, the government is responsible for the most amount of fraud towards the people. Two more from the 5. Typical right-wing political classes leech off the public purse and then accuse the public of leeching. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot. All right, got onto OW. Now I can be lazy all day and watch Flintstones my live stream. Yeah. The Wild West soap operas? I think those are still a thing. I think that still exists. I don't know, like cable TV and cable TV series seem to be like a thing of the past. Like they're really becoming less tangible, and to think of like a YouTube channel that is a soap opera, you know, there's probably a market for it. Like I suppose we have it in some ways with like the drama online in its own ways. It's like the leftist soap operas, the drama online. So Silly and Billy can be like the new soap opera of the days, I guess. But well, the reality is they're more the TMZ. But like, I think I was reading a tweet recently that Nomiki Konst got together with Bill de Blasio is his name, former, like, what was he, mayor of New York or something? And that's like, ooh, that's soap opera territory there. But I would love to see like a leftist soap opera online YouTube channel. So Life. Oh, the Boeing moon landing failed again. 15 years in development. Boeing then fired half the staff and put out production on hold since Elon and we're skipping the moon and going to Mars instead. I'm getting some preaches and some stuff of that sort. Wild West, nobody chooses to be on ODSP. It's like awful. You have other options, take those, like disability from your employer, etc. So like, but the Trumpers that loved Ford still love him, right? Donald James X, see, I have more faith that Canadians will vote the right way rather than Americans. I don't trust American voters. I don't trust Canadian voters either because we got Doug Ford back in last time. And it's not the voters, it's the non-voters that are the issue. Because if you look at the voters, more people voted against Doug Ford than for Doug Ford. Percentage breakdown. So it's not the voters that I'm worried about. It's the non-voters that I'm worried about. Because when it's low turnout, the Conservatives stand a better chance of winning. The Wild West, Doug Ford has it on lock, so does Pierre Poilievre, but he's losing ground, so there may be hope on the federal. A lot can happen between now and the federal election. And if Mark Carney becomes the leader, they stand a better chance. Polling suggests. Again, I hate polls because they're so not accurate. Because they can't factor in everything because there's so many new factors, especially in this stage and age, that are just not accounted for when it comes to polling. That it's so hard. And then again, with first past the post, overall polling and popularity and stuff, it doesn't matter. It matters like how many come out in any specific riding. But, you know, I always said that unless there's a massive change, the Conservatives will massively win, and the NDP will be lucky to maintain party status. And so the Liberals decided to have a massive change by replacing their leader. And so now, maybe the Conservatives won't have a massive win. I'm still suspecting they will win, but maybe it won't be massive. Maybe it's in their minority situation. But the NDP is actually still looking like they're going to lose party status. You had your chance, you lost it. They could have had a leadership race as well right now. Hello, Lanier. He's still on my lap. Super Strike. I will be voting 100. Yep. I need to head out to my electoral office sometime soon because I won't be able to vote on the day because I'm busy during the day. And then in the evening, I'll be having a live stream covering the results live. And it just really sucks that it's on a Thursday. For my own selfish reasons. because Leftist Mafia and the Power Report are also on Thursday. Let's see. And yeah, I'll be competing against them because Leftist Mafia starts at 8:30, Power Report starts at 9. Chances are that's when the polls close. So I don't think it will take long to get results for the election. So we'll probably know that night relatively soon who wins, especially if it's a blowout. Donald James X, yeah, I vote shame MAGA, but people who choose not to vote for Kamala, I do not shame at all. And I understand your perspective there because the people who didn't want to vote for the genocide and things of that sort. And again, it's the like if you have some sort of principle that you're voting with or not voting with, I understand that. But it's the people who just don't care, that don't do, the least worst option. The fact that so many lives could be saved. And provincially, you don't have that excuse because foreign relations is federal. So you don't have, that as a reason to not vote. But like, I understand why people wouldn't want to vote for Kamala, but I also understand. And as I say, my heart is just filled with a profound sadness because I know Donald Trump will be worse than what Kamala Harris will be on everything. And we don't know yet how that will completely look like, but it will be worse. Even though a lot of people thought it couldn't get worse. And there's already indications as to how it will by actual boots on the ground, which is what I was worried with under Donald Trump, is that he would actually send troops to Gaza. Obsessive audio, 40% as a high mark. Pathetic. Some of the by-elections were under 20% turnout. Yeah, if you look at when we have municipal elections, because municipal elections happen at the same time across a province, other than, some by-elections here and there. And a lot of them had like staggering low turnouts. And yet municipal elections, like municipal politics, has quite often the most visible daily impact on your lives. Like things like bike lanes or the supervised consumption sites or property taxes and parks and libraries and, things that are in your community that you use on a daily basis, transit, things of that sort. So it's super, super important to vote municipally, but so few people actually get engaged municipally. Super Strike 9, Liberals have the best chance in Ontario of beating the Conservatives. I don't know at this point if that's true. And it's one of the things, like, it doesn't surprise me if it is, and it's kind of disappointing. The NDP losing these last couple elections and losing this, there's no excuse. It's just poor leadership. There's no reason why they should be losing with Doug Ford and his record right now. But if they had a more charismatic leader, somebody who was out there more, who wasn't making so many unforced errors, like kicking Sarah Jama out of the caucus. Again, if you go back and watch the video that I did with Brooklyn Wallace, I did ask her about that. And when she explains it, it does seem reasonable that right now they couldn't accept Sarah Jama back in when she was applying to become the candidate because she was already the independent candidate and there's just a lot of issues. But the thing is it should have happened way before now. Like, that's the thing. Sarah Jama should have been brought back into the party way before now. So I would love to get Merritt Stiles onto my channel. Would not be an easy interview for her. Super Strike 9, NDP has never really gotten over the days of Bob Ray in Ontario. And I know, and that's like, why is it such a standard for that? When you look at Harris, who was, the Harris era was far, far worse in so many ways. And then even what the Liberals did in their scandals, and it seems like no matter what the Conservatives or Liberals do, they will be forgiven. But should the NDP screw up, all of a sudden it's like, for the next 5 generations, it can't be forgiven. Donald James X, I do feel like the left is fractured here in America, not just Democratic establishment versus progressives, but progressive spaces in general. And I'm doing a video about TYT that's actually about that, about the fractures on the left. It's not a drama video, but it is about how there is a divide in how Cenk and Anna are contributing to that divide, and how toxic and harmful it is, and how we need more leftist solidarity in general. And the Letter Hack, everyone go check out his channel. He's actually doing a lot. He wants to start a bunch of initiatives to help build that leftist solidarity. Oh my God, if you could see how cute Lanier is right now. But I can't really, it's not easy to just pull the camera over and show you my lap. But he is just so freaking adorable. Yes, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. Oh, and Lawala says Donald James X. That's why Sandy's work on the TYT thing is important, because it is fracturing the left. And Donald James saying that's why I'm here and not at TYT anymore. Yeah. No, the video that I'm doing about TYT, it's more about how they're fracturing the left and harming the cause and things of that sort. And it's actually geared more towards the people who are still viewing TYT and basically saying, like, why are you still watching? And it gets into the details and the contrast and stuff. But it's a bubble thing, because if you just casually watch TYT, you have no idea the harm they're who they actually are, because you have to watch all the other shows that like Cenk and Anna go on, and to get a better concept of what they're saying to the general public, and the lies that Cenk has said to this point millions of people about the things towards trans people in particular, saying that we're demanding or trying to erase the word woman when that's never been the case, to how the radical Marxist left wants surgeries for kids under 18 and spreading these lies. And at this point, he has to know it is. But he's been on so many right-wing shows spewing the same thing. And at this point, he has literally told millions of people this. Super Strike 9, I wish Charlie Angus was the NDP leader. He's retiring. Leah Gazan, Nikki Ashton, Matthew Green. One of those 3, please. Also saying that he would own Doug Ford in an election, in my opinion. I think, yeah, seeing Charlie on the debate stage with Doug Ford, even though it's federal provincial, but if he were to run for like the leadership of the provincial NDP, that'd be nice. I could see him being a lot more, Charlie being a lot more relatable and going toe to toe with Doug Ford, especially. Tomorrow from the 5. If this was a school exam, not only is 43% just a fail, but I'm pretty sure you'd have to take it again. Yeah, that's the thing. If we get under 40% turnout. I think that's a fail, and a redo should be, I think it should be done again. Means everyone has to have a new leader, and it's a redo. And Super Strike also saying Singhu's okay, but not good enough. I've had lots of commentary about him. He's a great person as an individual. He has horrendous political instinct. But like as a person, he's totally fine. I've met him, and you can definitely, you can feel the charisma coming off of him. Like you can understand, but he's just, he hasn't been the leader the party needs. Hey, people don't pick on Donald James for still being a member to the Young Turks, unless you also want to be mad at Mondale Robinson. Is it Mondale? Mondale Robinson, who used to be on the network. He still contributes a lot of money to TYT because he cares about the other people on the network, and he doesn't want to see them lose their job. So if you're going to be mad at Donald, you have to be mad at Mondale as well. And I can understand the conflict because Donald's saying that he's supporting Richard, Dr. Rashad Ritchie. And I get that. You know, I get people wanting to support John and JR and Rashad Ritchie and all that sort of stuff. But in my opinion, the only way that they'll really hear is through loss of membership and stuff. Because, you know, Cenk is a proud capitalist. So, you know, capitalist, the market, all that sort of stuff. But, you know, again, part of the reason why I'm doing that TYT video is to not lambast TYT viewers. Especially, you know, if they're watching for other reasons than Cenk and Anna. Unfortunately, by supporting Rashad Ritchie, you are still supporting the network. But I can understand you not wanting to see everyone else who works there out of a job, especially in the United States, especially with the way the healthcare works, all that sort of stuff. It is a conflict, but then it's important to find other ways to apply pressure on Cenk and Anna to step down. Because if they had two other people at the helm of TYT, it'd be great. Like TYT, a network, a leftist network, I think is very valuable and important to have. But what Cenk and Anna are doing is causing far more harm than good. And they are destroying the network for the sake of hoping to cater to a centrist right-wing audience, which I will, again, get more into in my videos at this point, because it looks like it's going to be way too long for it to be one video. And then what I'm going to do is air a video and then have a talk back session, live stream, where people can talk about the video, ask questions about the video that they just saw, and hopefully I can find somebody to come on with me for that and make it a little bit more entertaining. Oh, and hello, Looney Tunes 9000, who I was just replying to your comment. And then people arguing about TYT and who they support and stuff. And again, it's very, I don't want to see the people at the network, the good people at the network, lose their jobs. I do wish that they would quit. But I understand why they can't necessarily. I think Dr. Rashad Ritchie would be fine. Like he has enough other opportunities out there, he'd be fine. But, you know, for someone like John, who's a new father, you know, trying to start a channel more or less from scratch, because remember, TYT would own the IP of the damage report. So it's not like he could just take the damage report with him. No health insurance, things of that sort. Yeah. But no, ideally, I'd like to see all the other principled people at TYT just quit. You know, quit and protest or go on strike. Like actually just go on strike even, or do some sort of walkout. But, you know, you do what you can when you can. Apply the pressure against TYT in the ways that you think will best suit your principles and make the biggest difference in how TYT changes. Obsessive audio, it's paradoxical that so many aren't paying attention to politics now. Their paradigm is going to shift on them whether they like it or not. Super Strike 9, at least you can look back and say Left of the Box was on the right side of history. I hope. Well, I know I'm on the right side of history. I just hope that's what's written in the history books. The Wild West. I'm so happy when Sandy agrees with me. It makes me feel smart. Wahaha. Ah, it jumped. Where was I? Been talking so much. There we go. Okay, Kitty. People see Lanier. Lots of cute comments about him. Donald James X, I just remember Ford running away for some reason and pushing a lady out of the way. Does anyone remember that? I think I vaguely remember that. I'll have to look it up for my video. Let's see. How long have I been at this? Oh god, it's over 4 hours. You know, when I first started this, I was thinking I was keeping these streams to 2 hours. Tamira Chance, not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Shout out to Canada from California. It's still early in the day for you guys. The Wild West. Hey everyone, the Canadian dollar is up. Boycotting America works. I'm all for buying more Canadian stuff. Hello, Death of Philippi Augusta. Canada isn't from California. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Just responding to someone else, I take it. Obsessive audio. Keep the boycotts until Trump's amendment stops threatening sovereignty of other nations. Yeah. I'm all for more boycotts of American products to buy more Canadian stuff because, well, it helps the Canadian economy and better paying jobs here when it's made locally. And I like knowing that with the limited finances that I have, that my money is going back into the community that I live in. I know it's a bit selfish that way, but you know, I like buying, like, especially from artists directly or people who've made the product or sourced it themselves, small businesses and whatnot, as opposed to, you know, my money just going off and benefiting some ultra rich CEO at some corporation. Let's see. Bob Carmody, Twin Peaks was the return. Twin Peaks: The Return was the last TV thing I watched. Yeah, the series I watch right now are all on some accounts that I get some access to. So I just realized that the latest season of Invincible is out. So I'm going to have to binge watch that sometime soon. The Wild West, I saw for it on Jesse Williams' Chilling. Was that the one that I was covering, or is this a new one? But yeah, when I saw him on Jesse Waters, that was a bad interview. Looney Tunes 9000, Elf Triple Duty. Sandy, bear with me that night talking about, yeah, election night here being on Thursday, so you still have, it's competition with the leftist mafia and Power Report. So I'm not necessarily like, I would think more of my viewers that night might actually come from people who just are looking for live coverage of the election and happen to stumble across my channel covering it live. And so I might actually get a lot more first-time viewers that way. So I'll have to make sure I look good. Oh. Death of Felipe Augusta, unpopular opinion. I think people feel ashamed when they are not being shamed. Not entirely sure what that means, but I know there's people who don't need to be shamed in order to feel shame. BCAT. Ugh, my roommate used to complain about Obama and Obamacare because she was forced to pay for others' health care, even though she just had to tick a box that she couldn't afford the penalty on her taxes. Yes, please like the video and subscribe. I imagine all you who are watching right now are probably subscribed. Soul Life. Now I see TYT chat regulars leave the TYT chat to talk crap about them in other streams like Silly and Billy before going back to the TYT chat. It's progress. I think it's community and habit. And a little bit more stuff from TYT. And I understand, Donald James, that you're just not wanting to talk about them at this point because it is overdone. I'm just, like, part of the reason why I want to do the video is so that I can kind of be done with it as well. Like, I finally said my piece. It doesn't mean that I won't ever comment on what they do again. It's just, I don't want to comment on everything, and I just kind of want to have this big thing put together and then just... Yes, I'm broadcasting live from the Fuck Polly Market Studios, says Looney Tunes 9000. You should check out the Majority Report, and the Vanguard covered it. So the Majority Report also covered the Vanguard covering it. That the Majority Report got onto the Polly Market because of something that Anna said. BCAT, I think Jank is gambling right now. He's putting in an investment hoping it'll pay off. I'll explain more in my video. Looney Tunes. Sorry, Sandy, on the night of the Canadian elections, you're gonna have to share me with leftist mafia. Mm-hmm. Hi, Lanier. Did you want to come back on my lap? Yes, he wants to come back on my lap, of course. But you have to show everyone your cute face first. I don't know if you can hear him purr when I do that. I can see it move on the mic, but I don't know if it's still loud enough for anyone to hear. Donald James X, I don't think people realize I've invested 15 years with TYT. Maybe people will understand the dynamic a little more if I mention that. That's actually something, again, I'm going to be touching on in the video is, you know, why, yeah, that type of thing will be covered in the video as well. And why people who aren't fans of TYT need to maybe lighten up a bit. You know, the whole Michael Brooks thing, be ruthless with systems, be kind to people. TYT is the system, you know. Their viewers are the people. And everyone has their own relationship with it. And yeah, that is something that will be in the video as well. Flora 4, I only complain about Obamacare because I am forced to pay for insure or get penalized even if you can't afford it. I would not be alive today if I had to rely on an American system. That's why part of the reason why I talk about healthcare so much on my channel with the Canadian healthcare is because I want to see it improve, not turn the way of the United States. So it's one of the things that I'm most vocal about is trying to make Canadians aware of what's happening to our healthcare. Because as flawed as our system is, it has saved my life 5 times over. Also, I'm not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. And I probably say that to a bunch of people a whole bunch of times, not realizing that I've said it to them. Ah, Looney Tunes could hear him purr. Only some of the viewers are actually not people, Looney Tunes. I know some of them will be bots and bot program numbers and stuff of that sort, but there are still people who watch it. And I'm at the bottom of the Sandbox, which is good because I'm tired. And I caught those super chats. Good. And I still need to eat like a dinner. I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner, but actually, yeah, I know. Something that I can just toss in the toaster oven and be done with it. So I'm hopefully going to have a live stream on Monday. It'd probably start around 5:30 or 6, and that's to cover the leaders debate, the Ontario leaders debate that starts at 6:30. And I'm hoping to find somebody to come on with me for that. Although I have a hard time responding in the moment. That's why I want somebody to come on with me. So we'll see. We will see about that. I'm getting a little cat fur all over my face. So yeah, it should be interesting. So that would be a live stream. But I'm busy with other things tomorrow and stuff. I don't know when the next official just news live stream will be. Like I said, I have a bazillion things to work on. I'm at least now spending like a day doing this, then a day doing the TYT stuff and stuff. So I'm separating it a little bit more. And I'm not just focusing on the TYT video because this election is far more important to me. Yep. Hit the like and subscribe, as Looney Tunes says. And I always put this on screen, but I think you guys all know. Boom, 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 boom. And thank you so much to the people who have become patrons. I super appreciate it. It really helps to keep me afloat. All the social medias. I need to do more of this. I really want to work on more artwork I have in my brain. Hopefully my new version of my book will be out soon on paperback. But yeah, thank you to everyone who's become a patron, people who have gone below and checked out the Amazon wish list and helped me out there. I get these little messages with them sometimes. I keep them all, believe it or not. It's just like a gift from a fan. Enjoy your gift from a fan. You know, just optional comments that people put in with them. You know, I keep them. They're good motivation and just reminders of, you know, sometimes when I need a little pick-me-up. But, you know, anything from the wish list helps. And I understand that some of the items on there, Wish is doing a lot of heavy lifting. I'm not expecting anybody to buy me a $2,000 laptop, but, you know. Let's see. And thank you to the mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thanks to all the people who have been watching. Super appreciate you all. And I think with that, if I haven't forgotten anything. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy. This is Lanier. Wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.